And in turn, our Republican colleagues are supporting us moving forward on this important legislation. It's a good thing, and I hope this model continues. As leader, that's one of the things that I am trying to do. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The power of a good union job, something I can speak to personally. While I was growing up, my family also saw opportunity and their shot at the middle class in the form of small business. They owned a dry cleaning and laundromat business, and then
the aviation system is safe, and while the FAA would not allow any unsafe condition to arise, regardless of budget constraints, what would certainly happen is an effect on the cancellations and delays that sometimes happen when you don't have adequate staffing or resources to serve them.
I appreciate the commentary, Mr. Secretary, and I would just say, I think sometimes it's often easy to say we are going to cut 22%. It's about when you put pen to paper and you look at what the implications are as you laid out. I think there's a very big education process here in a very short period of time. I think because I do believe that particularly on this committee, on a bipartisan basis, people understand the direction that we're trying to go in. You talk about a historic moment, and we're at a turning point, and we have made serious, serious investments. This is about safety, it's about jobs, it's about our economic future, and that's what transportation is. And so but I think with the understanding of what the devastation of what we would inflict on our economy and on the public and in their public's best interest, I would work with you to help get that information out and to talk through how we may be able to really encourage people to say, we can't go down this road. Let's think about how we can deal with spending, but let's not, move in that direction. So thank you very, very much for all your efforts and your commitment to the job. So thank you.
Thanks very much.
I'm likely not to come back, after votes.
Understood.
Because there's others. So I appreciate being here with you this morning. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Secretary, welcome. And first of all, I want to thank you for your service. As a former secretary, I understand how difficult your task is, and I appreciate your service. I also understand the responsibility you bear, being responsible for a transportation system and a secure supply chain. I'm sure we both agree that I would say it is in our best interest in national security to have a supply chain that is controlled by U.S. or our allies. I also would ask you to agree that energy independence certainly would be a priority in our national security.
Indeed.
Given that, you also have a record of being an advocate for climate change. I don't think that's changed. Would you, is that
I wouldn't say I'm for climate change. I'm for fighting it, certainly, yes.
So are you aware then that China is the largest emitter of CO2?
Yes.
And are you aware that China is responsible for 90% of the plastics? 90% of the plastics in the oceans come from 4 rivers in China. Are you aware of that?
I didn't know that statistic, but I'm not surprised by it.
Well, are you aware also that China is the largest violator of fishing regulations and laws?
Yes.
And of course, you're also aware of critical minerals.
Yes.
Are you aware that China controls, either directly or indirectly, more than 62%, in many cases the preponderance or absolute control of critical minerals?
A condition we are working hard to change in this administration.
And I'm going to ask you further about that. But critical minerals, as you know, is also required for EV.
Indeed.
Seems to be that cobalt, lithium, in some cases germanium, is absolutely required for EV. And are you aware that to meet the demands today, that the U.S. would have to increase mining by 2,000% for 20 years to reach the demands today?
Well, the chemistry of our batteries has not completely stabilized in a way that I think can be fully predicted for the next
There may
decade,
be
but
innovation.
there's no question that we're going
But
to.
right now.
Yeah, there's no question that we're
No,
going to need to
no
source
question.
more minerals, both domestically and from friendly countries.
Well, and that's the catch, is we all want cleaner, better, more efficient. But your stated goal and President Biden's stated goal and my stated goal, and certainly President Trump's was the same, is that we seek energy independence. We seek energy dominance so we're not held hostage by foreign entities.
Indeed.
So how do you get to be energy independent when the components of EV today are all controlled by China? And have you done an assessment of how much mining we would have to do and where the critical minerals are and what we'd have to do in order to meet the demands of a very aggressive program to convert? And have you done an assessment?
Yes, thanks for the question. While some of the finer points related to extraction are probably better answered by my colleagues at the Department of the Interior, our Joint Office of Energy and Transportation, which is jointly run by both us and the
And what does the
Department of
assessment
Energy,
say since you've completed it?
Well, what that work is doing is identifying different points, not just in the raw material extraction itself, but also in the refining, where we see that if we were to.
But have you identified where our sticking points is? Or where,
Right, so a lot of the.
how
Yeah.
to get there in 10 years? Because it seems like on the supply chain, if China controls it today, and we're putting moratorium on mines in Minnesota that have the largest nickel deposit in critical minerals, and we're not moving forward on securing the supply chain, but we're moving forward on solar cells.
Well, again, the Department of
Solar
Energy.
cells made in China. So
It'd be much easier to answer
So how are you
your
going to
question.
figure this out?
Okay. So part of what you're describing is the motivation behind the investments that the Department of Energy has been leading in enhancing U.S.
Well,
domestic.
I agree. There's effort, but have you identified source? Because there's a difference between practical, real, and fiction.
Well, I know
How are
that
you going to be independent if China produces the very components that make up EV?
this is exactly why we're doing the work to produce them here in the United States. I wish you could-
What are we doing on cobalt? How much cobalt are we producing in this country? The next 10 years, what do we need? And how are we going to? I'm a military guy. I love plans.
Great.
You know I do.
Well, first of all, I'd encourage you to become familiar with the private investment and the public-private partnership investment, real dollars, not just plans, that are going out through these DOE
Have you read the
programs.
critical mineral report, the multi-agency report 2017?
I have not read the 2017 multi-agency critical mineral report.
I am very familiar.
I'm sure you are.
Absolutely familiar. Have you read the 2017 climate change report, multi-agency?
I believe that's informed some of the work that is in
Have you
our
read it?
plans through the joint energy, but I've not read that document cover to cover, no.
I would suggest that, Mr. Secretary, that you read those two documents.
Well, I can,
On both cases, what they clearly state is the U.S. is becoming dependent on China.
which is,
And unless we change the rudder, is that we will be more dependent. And unless we figure out the supply chain first, our pursuit of EV makes us more dependent on China.
I would argue
Force-
that our action to win the EV future cannot wait. I would argue that China is already working to win EVs and that they will win if
Well,
we
Mr.
do not pursue
Secretary,
this.
if it requires critical minerals and we don't have control of them, and China manufactures, produces, processes the very components necessary for EV, then how is that achievable to be independent if we depend on China more? And the more we press, and I'm all for the above, all the above. But before we leap blindly, there's two concerns. One is that we have clear control, either ourselves or our allies, of the supply chain, to include the critical minerals and components. Secondly is, what are we going to do when they're end of life cycle? As you know, 90%, or are you aware that 90% of the solar cells today are dumped in some landfill across the country?
I'm not as familiar with the life cycle of solar cells, but I would emphasize one of the most important things to bear in mind when we think about the critical mineral sourcing and refining that goes into EV battery components is that end-of-life recycling will be a vital part of how we meet our marks. Now, of course, that's alongside the onshoring and friendshoring that we need to do, both with regard to the extraction.
Unfortunately, we're going to take a
and refinement.
recess, but the concerns, I'll end it with this, is the concerns I have are supply chain from the very beginning to the very end. What are we going to do, and does that make us more vulnerable to a potential adversary? So with that, since there's only one member and promotion by attrition, we'll have to take a quick recess, and sir, thank you for being here, and I appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Congressman.
to put a note in front of Mr. Cole this dear mother.
Oh, goodness. Oh, I've already embarrassed her enough.
Yeah, I only know your mother because you look alike. You look like your sister, though. Nothing wrong. I'm just the front office needs to not manage this by. No, the front office needs to manage this hearing not by text. That's like we're almost in the text and expect them to look at it. Now we have a rules violation, and we didn't know that we were violating the rules in a multitude of ways. Just having one member there and not signing in is something we really. We didn't know, but I told her not to. Yeah. I think it's. Oh no, I'm sorry. No. I'm fucking really upset with this one. This one not being honest. The fact that also Why? I'm not happy in the end. Tomorrow, actually, none of this is a little bit of a fuck up, a little emptiness of road. I know, as was Alyssa. Why is she calling us? She should show up. I'm not going to talk on the phone. What? Why? No. What did it say? I don't have it now.
No.
Just
About
about
a CPR.
a CPF. Oh God, leave us alone. Can we read
Jared, you can help me make sure I'm mix her up. So she sent it to both of us at 10:24 and then.
What is it?
20. So this person's office didn't get a chance to upload.
You know,
Yeah, and then
if they did
they
not
sent
upload.
it to Anne Marie to say, I haven't heard, I haven't responded to you.
What?
Because they said they were out of the country. so
Then they didn't have a
couldn't
chance to update the database.
Yes. And then she said, is this fair?
Mm.
And then 4 minutes later, she said, I'm looking to see if there's some support.
I know.
So this is Michelle Steele.
Hmm. Hey, you know, were they if they were notified they had 9 to 12 on the database on Friday and they weren't able to make it, what more can we do?
No. They were like, we out of the country. Yes. No. He's a secretary. What else?
I know. Yeah.
So I didn't respond. I should have wanted to say, hey, it's too late, but thanks for the attachment.
Yeah.
So she sent it.
Okay. We'll figure it out, but I think they probably will be, and I wouldn't be surprised it's not the only way in the database one. Which is, but for just like this, they can open up one, and the work we're having to do for this public posting by COD tomorrow, I think if we update it for the posting, it will be fine. But it's a lot of like chasing after individual projects when you've got 800 of them is almost undoable. So don't worry. No, we're set up for failure if they expect us to do these things 100%. It's absurd.
Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. She's a,
I guess that happens.
no, it's Sophia. Sophia.
Don't you know me well enough that my tirades are not directed at you, and I have such a respect for
Everyone's really very good.
I'm glad. I'll go on C-SPAN. I subscribe on it. I don't even know C-SPAN is right.
And also,
Because I'm thinking about it because of the project, because I'm having to, that goes in the front office, like, you push me too far on this, I'm not gonna do a good job getting updated. And then if I'm caught by what is it, hot mic situation? Huh? Mute the TV. Oh, no. No, he does that. I know. He does it. So don't worry, and we'll make sure that he's fine. I'm not, though. You think I am. The mystery of August. You never know what he's gonna do. A Republican and a Democrat.
It has to be Republican?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't have to be Democrat.
Wait, it doesn't have to be? You can have two Republicans?
Also said 2 members total, either party must be present, but generally the best practice is on both sides. Well, most of the best practice anyway, so.
Yeah, wait, till I'm not, we were already in enough hot water with the Democrats.
Well, when that happens, second one of you have to go, but
You should. Oh. I'll make sure he doesn't kick it off.
yeah.
Get us when we got one? Who's the Jim Cobb, somebody else? Okay.
Thank you.
Very kind. The committee is reconvened. Mr. Secretary, again, thank you for your indulgence and your patience as we work through getting members to the floor. Sorry we couldn't keep it going as continuously as we hoped we would, but at least we limited the disruption. If I can, now we'll go to my good friend, the ranking member, for any questions he cares to offer.
Thank you again, Chair. Mr. Secretary, the chairman asked about what happens if we have a CR and what impact that has. My friend, the ranking member of the full committee, talked about what those cuts might mean if we're at 20% to particularly rail safety. I guess what's left is if we're at 20%, what does that do to how you prioritize system safety beyond just rail and what it means to transportation as a whole?
We're a safety agency, and everything we do is prioritized first and foremost around safety, and that also means that when our activities are cut or suspended or impacted by some of these issues, that affects our ability to meet our safety mission. If we think about the aviation side of that, for example, we'd be looking at a hiring freeze, in effect, for our whole operations and facilities workforce. That includes controllers, includes safety inspectors, and there's some experience of this in the past from moments like the 2013 sequester. That was just a 5% reduction and led to furloughs, which, of course, are going to have an impact. If we were, we talked about rail, I would point to our Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, PHMSA. I don't see how they could conduct the current pace of field inspections with those kinds of cuts. In fact, we estimate about 2,000 fewer days would be dedicated to inspecting hazardous liquid and natural gas pipeline facilities and LNG export facilities, as well as a diminished ability to respond to hazmat incidents, which they often do. For example, while I think it's widely known that Federal Rail Administration personnel were on the ground within hours in East Palestine, I'm not sure everyone is aware that PHMSA personnel were there too. These are the kinds of activities that could be impacted. There would be a reduced workforce and hiring freeze at NHTSA, which of course makes sure that our vehicles are safe. Transit would be affected. There's no part of our transportation system or our safety mission that I don't think we'd be touched in some way by these levels of cuts.
Delve a little deeper on PHMSA and just what resources are necessary, and forget the issue of cuts. You know, in a perfect world, what is it that we need? What numbers do we need to get to enhance rail safety to the point where it's never going to be foolproof, but we can help overcome the numbers that we're facing now?
Well, for PHMSA, we're requesting $387.3 million and 690 positions, and that is spread across pipeline safety, hazardous material safety, emergency preparedness grants, and that's another area I would say comes into play often when you have incidents like what happened in East Palestine, because we found that many of the first responders who were involved in that response had been trained thanks to federally funded PHMSA programming. And then, of course, you have the FRA side of the house, which is seeking funding that would allow FRA to continue to expand and develop its safety programs. Since arriving, this administration established a process of doing detailed safety audits on individual railroads to check for compliance issues. And that kind of proactive work is something we would love to be able to do more of, even within the authorities we have. Provided we have appropriate staffing. Then, as I mentioned in my testimony, of course, we're also interested in further authorities that might come by way of the bipartisan dialogue right now about rail safety legislation.
And where are rail partners at with this, with what their responsibilities are and what they still need to do?
Well, I think they could be doing a lot more, and I've called on them to do a lot more. I will say, after I called on them to participate, for example, in the confidential close call reporting system, which enables whistleblowers at railroad companies to identify safety issues without fear of reprisal. They did respond, and all 7 of the Class 1 railroads committed to join that program. So that's a step that I do want to recognize. But we would like to see a lot more. For example, more proactive work to notify communities when hazardous materials are coming into their jurisdictions aboard freight trains. And while we will continue calling on industry to do the right thing, I think ultimately, rather than merely asking, we need to make sure we have the right combination of legislation and enforcement activity to compel them to do the right thing.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We'll next go to my good friend from Florida, Representative Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, great to see you. Sir, I'd like to bring up an issue that's very near and dear to many people around the country. These front-over accidents, I've heard from concerned constituents in my district, and I'm sure every district across America. These front-overs are usually accidents that occur at very low speed, usually in parking lots, driveways, and they always involve pedestrians. It's my understanding that NHTSA reports on non-traffic accidents such as these that occur in driveways, parking lots, or private roads. In their non-traffic report from 2016 to 2020, they noted that 386 pedestrians are killed every year by a forward-moving vehicle in a non-traffic setting. And that's concerning. I know there's some efforts out there that the vehicle manufacturers can take. Is the Department of Transportation working with the auto industry at all on technology that could reduce the occurrence of these front-overs? And would DOT benefit from collecting additional information on this from these non-traffic accidents, such as their setting and what causes them? You know, you see some of these new trucks, they set so high, small child sitting in front of that vehicle, they get in from the back, the driver gets in from the back, doesn't see the child, runs right over them. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, and thanks for the chance to address this safety concern. It's something that is mounting, especially as the typical privately owned vehicle gets larger across America. We need to make sure that each passing year our vehicles are safer than they used to be. I would point to 2 lines of effort that I think are responsive to the concern you're raising. One has to do with continued data research and rulemaking on technologies like automatic AEB and the braking that goes with that, and just the visibility that can be created through sensors, cameras, and other technology. Often they first arrive in the fleet as relatively new and sometimes even untested technology, but quickly can be demonstrated to be something that's got such life-saving potential that it ought to be made a requirement so that whether you have access to it doesn't depend on whether you can afford that particular bell or whistle because it's standard. The second thing I would point to is a shift in how we're thinking about the new car assessment program. Like, traditionally, it was confined to the safety of the occupants. And of course, we're very concerned about the safety of the occupants of the vehicle. That's why seatbelts, airbags, and a whole lot more is evaluated. We've reached the point where we also need to be paying attention to how the design of a vehicle has implications for the safety of those who are outside of it. And that's something that you will see more of, I think, in the years to come as NHTSA develops its next steps for the NCAP program.
All right. Thank you very much. And I'll be interested in following that. Having worked the backups before we had the backup cameras, remember that? I want to bring up the issue of Buy America. I'm hearing from many of my constituents back home, if they're applying for the grants, the infrastructure grants from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the challenge that they have, look, everybody wants to spend our hard-earned tax dollars and their money on American-made. But some of these regulations, I understand that there's lack of clarity surrounding the implementation of the Buy America requirements, causing a lot of confusion among state departments of transportation, local governments, and contractors. I've also heard that these new expanded Buy America standards could actually stall our infrastructure development because a lot of the materials that we need, like aggregates, concrete, asphalt, can't meet, the American resources can't meet those requirements. What is DOT doing to provide information to the various stakeholders, first of all? And just as important, can you assure this subcommittee that the implementation of the Buy America requirements will be done in a way that does not increase project cost and on top of the inflation-related costs that we're already seeing, it does not result in these projects being delayed, because you know how quickly we need to get them to fruition.
So we're very focused on making sure that these projects are delivered on time and affordably, and recognize that there's a balance between our strong commitment that begins with the president to make sure that American taxpayer dollars buy American goods and American materials, and making this a process that our project sponsors find manageable. And in some cases, there will be growing pains as well, because we're seeking to stimulate more of a domestic industry, but it's not fully there yet. Our intention is to be as transparent and clear as possible about this guidance. So my hope is that the new Q&A information that Federal Highways put out a few weeks ago, as well as a further push on communication, will be responsive to some of the concerns that you're mentioning. But this is certainly something we hear about as we talk with state DOTs. And without watering down our commitment to Buy America, we do want to make sure that this is as user-friendly a process as we can make it for our project sponsors, and that there's a common sense factor applied as well.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I see my time is up. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I recognize my good friend from California, Mr. Aguilar, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Mr. Secretary. You've consistently highlighted the need to combat transportation-related emissions, including those related to transit and buses. This is demonstrated in the President's budget request, which includes $1.1 billion for low and no emission vehicle programs to help transit agencies modernize their fleets. Reducing transportation-related emissions is important for my district right next door to my colleague here, Ms. Torres, as you visited us in the past. We have some of the worst air pollution in the nation, and we want to see this significantly changed, and we know that low and no emission programs is an important part of that. Mr. Secretary, how would, first of all, just I guess from a broader perspective, how would the funding levels, if we were to reduce this program to FY22 levels in the low and no emission program, impact underserved communities like ours that continue to suffer from air pollution?
Well, we know that an investment in low and no emissions buses is an investment in economic empowerment for the people who will ride it, clean
and
air
it
for the people who
continues
live
to happen
around those routes. And
It's happened with abortion care, happening with banning books about our history, and now they want to bully kids, transgender kids. By the way, more than 50% of transgender children have either contemplated suicide or attempted suicide. Where is the decency on the other side of the aisle that in the face of that dynamic, you want to bully trans kids and create an issue because you think it's politically going to benefit you? I believe it will not.
Republicans are going after you in a new ad. They're going after the op-ed you wrote in college defending your uncle and the comments you made about Black conservatives. Do you stand behind the arguments you made in that op-ed, and do you stand behind the comments your uncle has made about Jewish people?
Well, first of all, I think I've made clear consistently that I do not share any of the controversial views that were expressed by my uncle more than 3 decades ago. Not now, not ever. And equally significant, as I've said, my track record in public service and professionally for more than 2 decades of bringing people together and standing up for every single community, including the Black and Jewish communities that I proudly represent in Brooklyn, speaks for itself.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. 2 questions, if I could. One, just a follow-up on the debt ceiling. You said you're confident that most Democrats will vote against this Republican package. Are you certain, and are you whipping against it? And then I just had another quick question, if I could, on foreign policy. Congress has been briefed on the leaks investigation. Are you satisfied with the information you're hearing from the Intelligence Committee and the other briefers? And is there anything Congress is considering, that could prevent these kinds of national security leaks in the future?
Well, I'll take the second question first. We remain in dialogue with the intelligence community at different levels, including our top Democrats on the Intel Committee, our top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. We want to get to the bottom of what happened, why it happened, and how do we prevent this type of leak from ever happening again. We also have to get a sense of what was the extent of potential foreign or bad actor
Sorry about the late return, everybody. This is the most rubbish of heel, zero yield, coming to you right here on Kick and on YouTube as well. How's everybody doing this beautiful Thursday morning? This April 20th. Hope everybody's having a great 420. I know I am. I'm not partaking in 420 because I don't do drugs at all unless they're a prescription kind, and they're absolutely necessary for me to function. As some of the drugs that I'm taking on now allow me to do. With that being said, if you do partake, Godspeed, everybody. So apparently a couple things in news. This was in Boca Chica, Texas. SpaceX Starship rocket exploded minutes after lifting off from...
that is really just marching us possibly toward a default. I haven't had the opportunity to speak to every
unironically, I was watching it on Chud Logic stream too, and people were saying that it was going to blow up, but he was watching it live.
With the spectrum of people who are within the House Democratic Caucus, I haven't spoken to a single person yet
SpaceX launch
that supports the extreme MAGA Republican proposal. Our position has always been the responsible one, the reasonable one. By the way, we're team reasonable.
Means, like you said, the abortion pill, all the regulations around it, access to it remain the same. There's been no major change.
Of an extreme.
That is not great for Elon. I believe this was unmanned. I believe this was unmanned. The fact that it's a super heavy rocket, so here's the thing. Some people might say, like, myself and other people on the left would want this to fail. No, we actually don't want, personally, I don't want this to fail. I want him to advance like space travel so we can go farther and farther into space. Now, I wish it was NASA doing it under government purview, but it is what it is at this point. I think it's a good thing that we're pushing the boundaries of like a space flight. You know, the closer and closer we get to Star Trek, I think it's a good thing. Because honestly, like Star Trek, like prior to like all the wars and everything, it's actually pretty much like a utopian society. But I'm sad to see that this actually failed too. I actually do want this to work, because if you can launch like a super heavy rocket like this, that means even larger rockets can be launched, which means, you know, you can pull through massive populations like into space if there are other like planets that are similar to the Earth and are survivable.
What a sight from the ground cameras at Starbase.
But yes, Elon L.
We're throttled down and throttled back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure. as the velocity increases.
It's taking too fucking long. Let's just see the explosion.
The entire Starship stack continuing to rotate. We should have had separation by now. Obviously, this is does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind everyone that everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake. And there, as you saw, as we promised, an exciting end to the Starship inaugural integrated test flight.
Oh, there you go. All right, exploded. That's actually like pretty funny. We're all actually gonna watch like a bunch. So we're gonna play through the last story mission too. Then go through that. As minority leader.
Because we should not have our streets flooded with weapons of war that aren't used to hunt deer. They're used to hunt and slaughter children in classrooms that we've seen. These gun safety proposals actually have broad support amongst the American people. But the reason why we haven't been able to address them is because of the
This is
obstruction
so
of the
silly.
extreme MAGA Republican House majority. That is very unfortunate. And yes, we're having ongoing conversations about how to continue to highlight the fact that we stand with the American people in wanting to do something decisively on gun safety, and the fact that the extreme MAGA Republicans stand with the MRA.
So you haven't settled on a strategy?
We're having ongoing conversations about different ways to continue to elevate the issue. The strategy is we are going to continue to focus on pushing for common sense gun safety legislation with the fierce urgency of now.
Do you want a discharge petition personally?
Well, there are a variety of different things that can be done, hopefully to make clear to the American people that we are pushing for action. A discharge petition is one of the vehicles that may be available to us, but we'll continue to have discussions and see where we land. Thank you, everyone.
There you go. The minority leader in the House, soon to be the majority leader come the end of 2024. Good. Oh my God, okay. Me, that's $2 can go to a Twinkie. That's crazy, man. They had like two of the best players in baseball, in Ohtani and Trout, and they've done nothing with them, the Angels. That's it for the minority leader. Let's see.
Sees a lot of growth in the future, but wouldn't be able to book it if they're frozen into that prior level. The consequences that you'd see a reduction both in the entitlements and the allocations. Now, there is a best of 3 provision in the statute for the 22 and 23 allocations, so it tries to do more of a rolling average, but that would expire after fiscal year 23 as well, unless there were an extension. And so that would both for that AIG.
Yeah, that's true. That's sort of like the thing too. This has been talked about like on Vosh's stream like more often now too. Generally, people actually believe are in favor of civil rights protections for trans individuals, but on the other hand, though, they do believe in at least some restrictions in their participation, for example, in sports, especially in high school and in the collegiate level. That is, even amongst Democrats and more liberals, that is the case too. Like, we went over the numbers yesterday. It's about like less than 2 million people in the country of over 31 million. They're a tiny drop in the bucket too. And the idea that like they're dominating this we're talking about trans women specifically, trans women are dominating women's sports at either the high school or the collegiate level is just it's plainly false too. That's why you should leave it up to the medical professionals and the NCAA and these other organizations to make the determination of like what would be the appropriate level of, like, for example, testosterone, or are you going to limit someone from participating who's a trans woman and participating in girls or women's sports if they've already gone through male puberty, right? Because every once in a while you have like a Leah Thompson, for example, where, listen, I got no problem with her participating in female sports or women's sports, but she went through male puberty already, and she clearly had a clear advantage over the other, like, her female participants. And she's not going against scrubs either. She's going against some of the best in like women's swimming. So, and she tried out for the Olympic team too, but she got denied participation because of like those like biological factors. I feel bad for her, but we're not at the point where you can just like go into like essentially like a telephone booth and then you walk out of it as like a biological woman with all the like the parts and whatnot. You know, we're just not there yet. Like, for example, like, look at this, like, protect transgender people from discrimination in jobs, housing, and public spaces. 64% of people are in favor of this too. Require trans athletes compete on teams that match the sex they were assigned at birth. 58% of people strongly favor that too. Like, look at that. Like, they have no problem with them not facing any sort of discrimination, but require trans athletes on teams that match sex they were assigned at birth. But look at that disparity right there. Make it legal for healthcare professionals to help someone less than 18 with medical care for gender transition. Require trans individuals to use public bathrooms that match the sex they were assigned at birth. You know, make it illegal for public school districts to teach about gender identity in elementary schools. Investigate parents for child abuse if they help someone get medical care for gender transition. That number is like, whoo, that's like right there on the margins. Require health insurance companies to cover medical care for gender transitions. Look at that. So look at that. No problem, right? But you see the issue too, right? You see the issue. People have no problem saying that you can't discriminate against trans individuals for jobs, housing, and public spaces. But look at like everything else here. Forget about the sports participation, but look at everything else here. Healthcare professionals. Just look at everything else from like here all the way down here. Right? All this fits into that top one right there, don't you think? Like, you need all this for them to not face any sort of discrimination. But these numbers though, look how split these numbers are though. They're within like, they're within the margin, man. And this is not from some right-wing group. This is from Pew Research Center. So, but it's kind of backfiring though. Not many people are liking this because you're not answering their question. They're looking around their community and saying, who here is trans? You get the one kid, you got Tommy who thinks who thinks that they're Tammy, who says that like they want to be called Tammy from now on. The one kid in the town of like 700 people, less than 700 people. Okay. No, I can't play that clip. It's gonna be fucking DMCA here on YouTube. I am very much going to be playing that in a minute. I would say watch the 3rd season too, but hopefully the 4th season. Honestly though, if they wanted to end it, I think they'll be fine ending it. This is the story. You know, this is the story of Din Djarin and fucking Grogu. If they wanted to end it too, especially with Pedro Pascal. This season seemed very rushed too. Like, it was only 8 episodes. It seemed very rushed. This seemed like, I think someone said this is basically like, this season, they wanted to pack in as much as they would during the Clone Wars, but they could only do it in 8 episodes, and that hurt it overall. And that's true too. Oh my God, stop it. I'm not gonna listen to that. It's fucking wasting my time. Let's see what's going on here.
Mr. Resch.
It's nothing like super sexy. We missed the vote on...
Today, on behalf of my district, my state, and my country, to say that the Chinese Communist Party is actively working to destroy America. From aggressive military actions to spying on Americans through TikTok and high-altitude balloons, the CCP...
Or work around that, that could lead to an unsafe condition. I don't believe the solution is to abandon our work to reduce fatigue. But I do believe that there are a number of steps that we can take that are part of a broader safe systems approach that will make a difference in conjunction with the work we do around hours of service. And just one example that I would mention is the availability of truck parking. We know one thing that creates a lot of pressure on drivers is as they get close to timing out on their hours of service, they're not sure if there's going to be a safe, let alone convenient place to park between now and then. It's one of the reasons why we are encouraging states to use eligible formula dollars to fund truck parking and using some of our own discretionary dollars, most recently in projects in Florida and in Tennessee, to directly construct more truck parking because that shortage is real and an issue we hear a lot about.
If we have any left over after that 3rd lane gets constructed, we'll put some more parking on there too.
Maybe they could go together.
One more question. Truckers and independent owners, operators from my district have expressed concern with the FMCSA's proposed rule for heavy vehicle speed limit.
Okay.
All right, it's a little old, but not that old. I don't know why I said it like that, but this is Jon Stewart weighing in. What does it mean to be a woman, I guess? So I'm kind of curious. Both clips are a little short. I love Jon Stewart, so I kind of want to see what it is. So this is the first video. It's the problem with the gender binary. The problem with Jon Stewart. And then we'll watch Matt Walsh's Silly Goose video. Well, maybe it's a great video with a lot of good points. You know, I've been surprised by less before. You know,
a new dawn of gender and sex complexity, where those who don't fit into a simple binary are meant to be seen with humanity. It wasn't always like this, people. As recently as, let's say, the 1990s, early 2000s, people were making shitty, reductive jokes about the subject.
Okay.
What can I say? The joke rhymed. Shitty and reductive jokes are kind of my brand. But as we know from history, any moment of progressive visibility will be met with a vicious backlash.
There are 2 genders.
There are 2 genders, and everyone knows it.
Ain't but 2 genders.
I like that last one because it sounded like he was ordering something off of like the value menu. Which, by the way, I love. And I miss the old value menu. I think that, remember when McDonald's used to sell things for like $1? I would just buy a bunch of like, I would get...
True.
I think it was 4 chicken nuggets for $1 and then a cheeseburger for $1. So I'd get 2 of each, and then I put the nuggets on the burger, but you could only fit 3 nuggets per burger. So guess what? I had 2 nuggets left over to have off the burger. Those were the good old days. That's what they're talking about when they say make America great again, by the way. It's just back when you could just spend $4 on a meal at McDonald's. Now, I don't even know. It's just expensive.
That last guy sounded like it's an emergency and we're running out of genders. Everyone, there ain't but 2 genders.
I mean, we have to have, we really needed to, as a society, expect that there was going to be like some kind of a DLC pack. You can't go through life with just like, you know, without doing an upgrade every once in a while.
A DLC pack, he says.
System, like your hard drive upgraded, you know?
I don't want to have to start rationing genders. The point is clear. The human race is defined by a simple binary, a black and white understanding. There are men and there are women, and never the twain shall meet.
Trump is an alpha male.
Well, okay, yes, there are obviously men who are more man than other men, but that's an aberration.
Beta, gamma.
Okay.
You got to remember the Sigma male, the ultimate male. It is an interesting conversation, though, because we've always had like a...
The final male is the Omega. We haven't seen that yet. No one has evolved to that plane of existence yet, folks. I'll get there sooner. I'll be the first, though.
At least as long as I've been born, and that's a long time. We've had like...
Yeah, this is like he's right. This is like a recent discussion, like something beyond like the normal like gender binary. Prior to I don't ever remember like people talking about like there being more than 2 genders when I grew up too. I grew up in like in the 90s and the 2000s. This is like relatively new to me too. The discussions were probably being had right about then too, but it didn't really make it into like the mainstream like the way it is now. And you could thank the internet for that too, because of the free flow of and dissemination of like information.
Like different concepts like what makes a real man versus a real woman, and we've had different social constructs that will validate men and women more based on the way that they perform in society. So I think that if we understand that from like an ideological perspective, then like why can't there be
I'm gonna pause this for a quick second because I kind of want to see like what happens here, if there's any cutscenes or anything like that.
God,
I might just...
With your light and the power which I have imbued, you have grasped the ascendant plane in total and may traverse it at will.
Okay.
We are poised for a victory. It is time to strike. The Shadow Legion flagship is a stain on your sky. Destroy it and find joy in its destruction.
I agree. Let's blow it up.
Travel the ascendant plane by Marakel's grace and aid you in your attack.
Follow your lead. Get inside that ship and we'll all take it down together.
Never fear, Guardian. We'll be your support as you find a path to the ship's engine.
Go. Find your retribution. Deliver justice as Queen's Guard.
Goddamn right.
In all my years fighting back the Taken, I never thought I'd set foot in the Ascendant Plane. Marakel's power is considerable, but it is not boundless. We must use this opportunity wisely.
That's right. We have our breach points. Make this count.
Find a way through that ship, Guardian. Crow, Mithrax, and I will bring down the Shadow Legion's commanders one by one.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Likewise. Mithrax? I am ready to cut them down. We will break their ship and watch it fall from our sky.
Remember what they took from us. Don't let anything stand in your way.
This is interesting. Huh.
Charges on. Detonating ammunition storage now.
Ooh. What was that?
Took out their firepower.
Cheers. Arakel's Corsairs are with me. We are ready.
Good. Devram's providing cover. Let's move.
I have them in my sights. Don't worry, Guardian. We've got things handled on our end.
Let's go, baby. Is there like somebody else here? Okay. They dying left, right. These silly cabal.
Accept my power, Guardian, and tear down their defenses with your light.
Those cooling fans are the only thing stopping the engine from going critical. You'll have to destroy those generators first.
Oh, okay. You have to accept the blessing. and then destroy it. Get this favor. I thought this place would be swarming with enemies. Maybe.
Earlier, I took out the legionary with the biggest helmet. Had to be their leader. They're headless now, so to speak. You're clear to bring down those engineers. Then that engine is all yours.
Oh, gee, thanks, buddy. Thank you.
The engine and take down this ship.
Oracle will bring us back safely. Complete your mission, Guardian.
And have a little fun with it.
Okay. Where is... okay. Oh, okay. There it is. There we go. Ooh. What's gonna happen next?
There are many battles to come, but we have this victory today.
Every civilian in the EDZ can see what we've done. They know we're keeping them safe from whatever the witness wants with them. Well done, Guardian. You too, lads. We made quite the team up there.
We made the Shadow Legion hurt. We showed them that we can strike back.
In this, we honor Amanda's memory.
Oh, okay. I just want to take a closer look at that. Is that it? Okay. Alright, we're going back to the farm. Yeah. Yeah, that was like super easy.
You did it, Guardian. And thanks for taking us along for the ride.
I didn't see any of
So
them.
good to get a few shots in. You make one hell of a Queen's Guard. Wish it didn't have to end, but Mara won't be able to channel her energy out forever. She'd deny it, but she's getting tired. Even if the power of the Awoken fades, you'll always have their gratitude. And Mara's. And mine. There are still pockets of prisoners out there. Devrim and Mizrax will keep running rescue efforts as long as it takes. I'll be here too. We can't protect everyone, but helping who we can, there's nothing more important than that. See you around, Guardian.
And that's it, folks. Wow. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, somebody, same number's calling me. I thought I hit the screen call. That's it.
Devrim, I had heard of you before our first meeting. Oh? Good things, I hope. There is much good, but you were feared as well. If my reputation is for keeping the people of the EDZ safe, then I don't regret it. But I hope we can work alongside one another now. We have one life, and our lives are not for us alone. Mine is city, we can't always depend on the Guardians. And the Traveler has been somewhat inscrutable.
I once believed that the Great Machine had brought the light to Reese and to the Guardians because they were worthy of it. Then I questioned this understanding. My belief became hollow. I felt a great loss. But I have found new purpose. There is worth in our actions and in our spirit. It is in how we use our one life. We must let that be our light.
Our people protect one another and do what they must to ensure their safety. Now we can do so for each other, human and Elixni.
Yes. I do not know the Great Machine's will, but the light provides.
It does.
Is there like anything? There has to be like something else. That can't just be it. Did like a Zeta cross? That's Amanda. Yeah, I don't think she's coming back as a Guardian, folks. There has to be something else. Hold on. There has to be something else. There you go.
Now mission retribution now available at the helm. All right, hold up, guys. Let me go to the helm. Let me go do this mission. I have no idea. This is so random. We didn't have a mission, what, for the past 2 weeks? And now we suddenly have a mission?
Mara and I have been talking, and we came to the same conclusion. It's time to act.
Okay.
The witness sees our connection to each other as a weakness to exploit. It's counting on us not risking more lives in another attack. But if Amanda were here, I think she'd tell us it's time to play some offense.
Dark
Mara's
forest
focusing
tunnels,
all her
the
energy
gulch.
directly through you, Guardian. We need you to blaze through the Ascendant Plane one last time. But it won't be without backup. We're all going. Mara says your power is strong enough to sweep us up in your astral wake. When you come out on the Shadow Legion flagship, we'll be right there with you. Lead the charge, Guardian. Let's finish what they started.
It's time to act, Crow says. You're stuck by Crow's confidence as he explains his and Mara's plan. The witness sees our connection to each other as a weakness to exploit. It's counting on us not risking more lives in another attack, he points out. But if Amanda were here, I think she'd tell us it's time to play some offense. Mara's focusing all her energy directly through you, Guardian. We need you to blaze through the Ascendant Plane one last time, but it won't be without backup, he grins. We're all going. Lead the charge, Guardian. We're struck by Crow's confidence? You mean Aldrin's confidence? Because Aldrin don't play, baby. Aldrin's like, let's do this shit. He's like, I don't give a fuck. We sacrificed the whole city. All right, we're on EDC. Mission retribution. All right, guys, let's go do this. Let's go do this. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Guardian, with your light and the power which I have imbued, you have grasped the Ascendant Plane in total and may traverse it at will. We are poised for a victory. It is time to strike. The Shadow Legion flagship is a stain on your sky. Destroy it and find joy in its destruction.
Damn right I'm gonna find joy in this shit.
We will travel the Ascendant Plane by Marakel's grace and aid you in your attack.
We'll follow your lead. Get inside that ship and we'll all take it down together.
Never fear, Guardian. We'll be your support as you find a path to the ship's engine.
Go.
Good.
Find your retribution. Deliver justice as Queen's Guard.
Thankfully, I have that Shiro Chi checkpoint.
In all my years fighting back the Taken, I never thought I'd
Hey,
set
we
foot in
did
the
all
Ascendant
this.
Plane.
Marakel's power is with me. Completing your mission.
This one. Once with them. Well done, Guardian. You too, lads. We made
For
quite a team up there.
generations, the Dreaming City housed one of the Awoken's most closely guarded secrets.
We can strike back.
She is known as Riven. Riven of 1,000 voices.
Amanda's memory.
The last known Ahamkara. She has been taken, and her death is your calling.
You did it, Guardian. And thanks for taking us along for the ride. So good to get a few shots in. You make one hell of a Queen's Guard. Wish it didn't have to end, but Mara won't be able to channel her energy out forever. She'd deny it, but she's getting tired. Even if the power of the Awoken fades, you'll always have her gratitude. And Mara's. And mine. There are still pockets of prisoners out there. Devrim and Mizrax keep running rescue efforts as long as it takes. I'll be here too. We can't protect everyone, but helping who we can, there's nothing more important than that. See you around.
Thank you for taking us along the ride. Process, you make one hell of a Queen's Guard. It's a satisfaction for us boys. It was a successful attack on the Shadow Legion ship. Certainly. But beneath its words, you said something greater unspoken. Wish it didn't have to end. But Mara won't be able to channel her energy out forever. Even if the power of the Awoken fades, you'll always have their gratitude, and Mara's and mine. He tells you he'll join Devrim and Mithrax to continue rescue operations for as long as he can. He can protect everyone, but helping who we can, nothing's more important than that. See you around, Guardian. Quit laughing, Cross. Is this serious? You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Serious, emotional moments. I didn't see the sign that said cry. Okay. Feel emotion. Is this old? Hold on.
You wouldn't remember any or who you were. You wouldn't remember what you did. Tradition would dictate I not tell you. But I think I would hold your hand. Famous, kind, and joyful, skilled, stubborn, brave, and principled, even to the end. And I would tell you how much you meant to the people who loved you. I know that if you became a guardian, you would be all those things again. But here, now, we can only live in the better world you've made for us. And hold ourselves to the example you set. Thank you for what you did and who you were. Goodbye, Amanda.
Honestly, Zavala has literally carried this whole season. It's his voice lines. He's been the tone setter. You know what I mean? There was more emotion in that than the entire mission. That better not be the last Zavala line. I hope not. I hope not, man. That was the mission for this week, guys. Let's go to the tower real quick. Commander Zavala hands you a handwritten note from Amanda. Guardian. If you're reading this, then I guess I'm not around the hangar anymore. I hope I went out on a mission, not by getting run over by some new life figuring out how the landing gear works. Either way, I'm leaving you my personal ship. You've seen me through a lot of scrapes, and I know you'll take good care of each other. I've always been bad at goodbyes, so instead I'll just say, give a mail, Guardian. Amanda. Holy fuck, Dude, that's fantastic. Pick up the keys to mana out of this ship from the tower. God damn it. Dude, that was good shit. Is it bugged? I'm gonna try loading back in the tower so I can get the ship, guys. All right, we cannot pick up this ship. All right, so guys, this is bugged. We're supposed to be able to pick up a mana ship. I don't know if it's for everyone else, but for me, it's bugged. A couple of you guys have already said it's bugged, so.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Dude, whoever's doing his music, props, man. It's fucking awesome. Okay, so there really wasn't anything like super special. That's actually disappointing, man.
Guardians, stop wasting your time with Duality. The farm for high stat armor from Duality is just not worth it. You're not going to get any good stats over there. For some reason, when they launched Lightfall, we've all come to the conclusion that farming Duality is just completely not worth it.
Yes, that is actually true. There's something going on with like the high stat armor rolls. I think it's the final boss in Grasp of Avarice. Whatever that boss's name is, actually giving you like spiky artifice armor. There's something going on. They did something, and all the outside of Grasp, which I still don't have. I don't have the dungeon. I don't have the 30th anniversary packs. I don't have Galahorn either. They did something. I think they purposely did something, and now all this shit's like bunked.
On top of this, Bungie just released a new patch, and they have patched the Golron cheese. You can't knock him off the edge anymore. He's going to teleport back up into the counter. So Duality is in the trash can. There's no point. All the armor is garbage and low stats. What you want to do is come over to the water.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that part. I did not know that. I am like legitimately upset about that, actually. That Galron cheese. Yeah, where you can just like avoid that. Why'd they get rid of that, man?
Or table, and this is where you're going to get your high stat armor from. So the best way to do this is go to your ghost and equip whichever ghost mod that you want a spike in. So for example, on the warlock, I want triple 100s in my discipline, recovery, and resilience. So the way these works is there's a top three, i.e. these three, and there's a bottom three. They're grouped into two sort of separate areas. So if you want a high spiking resilience, recovery, and discipline, I want to make sure I get a piece of armor that has a high roll recovery and resilience. But on my ghost, I'm going to put a discipline armor so that it has a spike in discipline. Therefore, it's going to give me a high spiked piece of armor with recovery, resilience, and discipline. If you're looking to understand the stats a lot more than what I've just simply explained, just pause the video right now. I found this user on Reddit. He's basically summed it up exactly how it works. Just pause the video, have a quick...
I'll read it for you guys because you guys can't see it on the screen. Breakdown of high stat rolls and stat distribution work on Armor 2.0. I have been doing work with the APIs to work on a stat optimizer and found some very interesting information on how stat rolls work for Armor 2.0. Stats are split and distribution in two subgroups: mobility, resilience, recovery, strength, intellect, discipline. Each group of stat values are determined by two plugs, quote unquote. Each plug has anywhere from 10 to 17 points. Their distribution between the three stats. For example, 5 mobility, 1 resilience, 10 recovery. Think of it like rolling a 2d6 versus rolling a 1d12. The combined values from the two plugs make up the actual base stats. Okay, that makes sense. What this means is that there's a limit to how many points you can get in each subgroup. Each plug has a max of 17 points, so each subgroup maxes out at 34, and the total armor max is 68 unless you get the one single plug that has 20 points. This means getting high mobility and recovery, same subgroup, is much harder than getting high mobility and intellect, separate subgroups. The best you could get is 32 points of combined mobility and recovery, whereas you can hypothetically get around 60 points of combined mobility and intellect. Finally, the max value for a single stat is 30. I know some Hunter blue armor goes higher, not sure what is up with that. As an aside, this means it's impossible to get double 100s on 2 stats in the same subgroup without something like Powerful Friends or Traction. Additionally, the plugs have very specific values. One of the 3 stats will always be 1. If one stat is 13 to 15, the third will also be 1. Otherwise, the points will be split between the other 2 with a minimum of 5 for each stat. I'm going to save this. This is incredibly helpful. 5 for each stat. For example, 1 5 10, 1 1 12, 1 6 8. There appear to be 275 different plugs for Armor 2.0. Here's a Google sheet showing all the possible plugs that can roll on armor. Oh, wow. He actually breaks this down. Okay. Does he have a link to the Reddit post? No, he does not. Oh, no. But the post is it's the first comment. Okay. TLDR, stats are rolled per subgroup. SID. So the subgroups are strength, intellect, discipline, mobility, resilience, recovery. Okay. Each stat can roll up to 30 points. Edit, realize some numbers are wrong on possible stat distribution and total values. Apparently some exotic armor have built-in base stats, e.g. Wormhouse has a built-in 1 mobility and 1 recovery. Any plugs applied go on top of it. This would contribute slightly to exotics having better rolls. Also some unique stat values like base 3 or 4.
This and then play the video and you'll understand it exactly without me spending 5 to 6 minutes explaining exactly how it works.
Okay.
So I go on my Ghost, I put Discipline Armor on, I come to the War Table, Defiant Engram Decoding, and down here I'm going to purchase this armor with my Defiant Engrams and Glimmer. So let's go ahead and buy 5 chest pieces and see what rolls we get. So out of the 5 that we got, we ended up with 2 semi-okay ones. This is the first one. This one's pretty crap. It's only got 61 overall, but you can see what I mean by it has the spikes in Discipline and Recovery. And the other one, this is what we want, but we want it with the better distribution. As you can see, it's just come out with a total of 67. The distribution is pretty crap, but it's that total of 67 overall stats is what we're aiming for. Obviously, if you guys are buying a lot more, I've only just bought 5. If you're purchasing a lot more armor through this vendor, you're going to have much higher chances of getting a piece of armor. I've only just bought 5, and I've got a pretty good piece of gear right here. It's got crap distributions, but it's got 67 overall. Now, like I've just stated, I've only bought 5 pieces of armor, but I got a pretty good high rolled piece of armor. It's come with 67 overall stats. If you buy a lot more pieces of armor, you're going to get a much higher chance of getting this high roll armor with a better distribution spike. With how easy Defiant Engrams are to get this season, and I'm sure you've probably already unlocked all the red borders for all the weapons, you may as well just start putting your Defiant Engrams into purchasing some armor and getting better high stat rolled armor. Anyway, Guardians, that is all I have for you. Good luck with your rolls, and I'll see you later.
So they're probably going to come out with a patch for this. So yeah, this is bugged. Okay. So let's get those triple 100s, boys. Or go back to the helm. I got some armor, so I can get some pinnacles here too. So there you go. Don't bother farming duality unless you want like the SMG and some of the dungeon weapons, which are actually pretty decent. The SMG is top tier. Demo repulsor brace for void for Titan void builds. Have constant overshield up. I actually got demo and dragonfly. That's probably honestly better for my build with my void warlock. So if you want to farm Keitel, I think it's Keitel and whatever that second encounter is. That's probably the way to go. Grab this. I got a decent funnel web. No. Yeah, they reduced it. Ugh. It's lightweights. I can craft that. Get rid of this. That is actually good for PvP, but I can craft it. Yeah. Most of these are. Yeah, let me grab this. This works perfectly for my other void build. So I got 2 void builds. I got my strand build. It's a version of like one of Aztecross builds and another build. And then I got my 2 solar builds, which I don't know why I have that, my BXR on there too. But yeah, Sun Bracers and then Starfire Protocol. Boost that up. That's actually incredibly good. Feeding Frenzy and Headstone. Yeah, my Lingering Dread here. I'll boost this up. Chill Clip. Not a big fan of Feeding Frenzy. Auto loading holster would be better, but it is what it is. We'll go ahead and run some Defiant Battlegrounds. Just do the regular ones. Arc Surge and Stasis Surge. Okay. Yeah, now we're gonna do that. It's Overloaded and Unstoppable. Void suppression effects. Yeah. It's alright. You can see reconstruction constantly go up. So that thing's bugged. Okay, I guess we're gonna go back to Papa Gut then. Back to the tab. Give this a like. I'll go ahead and save this. Already saved this in Destiny.
Like some kind of a feeling that's outside of the gender binary, you know. Or you could go with, like, you know, some things too, and you could be like, who fucking cares? It's not that deep, you know. As long as no one's asking for a magical special privilege, which really nobody is, then who cares? Like, calling a trans woman a woman or a trans man a man isn't a big deal. Okay, it's it's not. It doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Non-binary, whatever. It's not really hurting anybody. I don't really give a shit. It's not that big of a deal. I get it. You don't feel like, because here's my thing. This is the thing, because it's always very feminine men like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro that are like the most active against non-binary. The thing is that because they don't get it. As a real alpha sigma male myself, I understand how another male, or shall I say assigned male at birth, can be in my presence and go, I'm not a real man. I'm a non-binary. Because I just have that effect on people. Because I radiate so much testosterone. I can understand why a woman would be in my presence and they would.
What is going on with some of these
testosterone that they would be like, holy fuck, I'm not a woman. And they would, because they start basically being around me in and of itself is akin to transitioning, because I just have so much masculinity oozing off of me. And they have to start thinking, like, I can't compete with this person, this guy, this alpha Chad, Wesley Smith.
That's better.
So maybe I'm not a real man. And that's why I know that non-binary people exist, because I'm just too much of a man.
That's a lot better.
You can't be in the same category as Paper Gut. You know?
Greek alphabet, a continuum of masculinity. That doesn't mean
cuck, pajama boy, soy boy,
girly man.
I hope the children are out of the room. Clearly, masculinity appears to be on a dimmer, not an on-off switch, but ladies are different.
I was a big tomboy.
These purple-haired angry freaks.
Rabid feminist cat lady.
No, they use Grimace for purple hair angry freak. That was fucking funny to me.
I rolling bimbos. Pretty girly girl.
My God, what a say of the gradients in American gender expression. Turns out there's a lot of non-binary shit happening between the binaries. But that hasn't stopped the traditionalists from deploying their newest weapon, in the culture war arsenal. The obvious gotcha question.
The real basic question.
What is a woman?
Is a woman?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
For all of recorded history, people have known what a woman is.
Yes! All of recorded history! It was simple! Until like a year ago. The answer to what is a woman has always been the same. It's,
We've
a
spotted
woman is
increased
a deformity
activity near
that
the
occurs
new
in the ordinary course of
Cosmodrome. If history's any guide,
interesting.
it'll be transferred.
I mean, but that hasn't really changed. Let's be real. That really has not changed because they are still kind of like sus.
you before, has it, Guardian?
That's Aristotle. I apologize. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I meant a woman is a person who has no legal existence once married. That's early American law. That's not right. No,
that's true.
Obviously, like the rights that women have are a bit different from like identity as a woman. But I think the fundamental point more than anything else is just we've always been having conversations about like people and rights, and everything is constantly shifting over and over again in different ways, shapes, and forms. And so like this is a different conversation about gender, but it's still overall the same conversation about like rights or what it means to be a thing. What does it mean to be a woman? Because like, oh, what it means to be a woman used to be like you were just there to support a man. Now what it means to be a woman is to be more of an equal person. And so like fundamentally the conversation is like still pretty much there.
Whatever their motives.
What about MILF?
A woman is 30 shekels.
Yum, 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 yum. That's what I say, Papa Gut. That's what I say about MILFs. Bring me the MILFs. Is that it?
Yeah, so like just kind of like an offshoot. I think that at the end of the day, the conversation is like a little bit silly. I understand, like, I understand we can get like really deep into it. Ultimately, I think that there is a recognized understanding of the gender dysphoria, and obviously people have been studying this for quite a long time, trying to understand mental health from a perspective, the concept of the form of the body, things like that. I think from a spiritual perspective, I can understand that. But yeah, there's like
oh yeah, I completely forgot to like fucking
incredibly distressed with your gender or gender euphoria, etc., etc. Ultimately, though, people always ask like, what is a woman? And like a woman is somebody who genuinely identifies as a woman and genuinely expresses themselves as a woman to the best of their ability. It's society's socially constructed idea of what a woman is, which is different than every society, right? We have like the idea in like a more Eastern country, they cover up a little bit more, they're more submissive to like their partner. In like a Western country, it's a little different, obviously. They usually have a bit more freedoms, etc., etc. So that's pretty much it. You might say that's circular, but there are so many different attributes that are assigned to every gender that it's impossible to say like which way or shape or form. Ultimately, I think most people, even a lot of conservatives, at least in my experience, are just like, yeah, I don't really care as long as they're not hurting anybody. I understand the conversation when it comes to kids is a little different. I do understand, but that's pretty much it. It's kind of a non-issue. When it comes to sports, prison, stuff like that, I totally understand why people might be a little more hesitant to be like, hey, listen, we need to...
Yes, that is actually...
Makes perfect sense. Trans people have a biological advantage in sports. Generally speaking, I get that. Prisons could potentially be an issue, so maybe they should have their own isolated area. Fucking heal. Shit. So, I get it in those guys. But there is like a conservative obsession. There's no other policy that they'll talk about except for gay or LGBT people. There's no like poverty, healthcare, anything. It's mostly just like, why gay? Let's watch.
Well, last week
Here we
was,
go.
you might say, eventful. It began with 3 major medical organizations calling for the prosecution of high-profile social media personalities who have been reporting on and criticizing so-called gender-affirming care.
I think they were doing a little bit more than just reporting on gender-affirming care, Matt.
Me out and call for my arrest would have been enough activity for 1 week, as far as I'm concerned. But the very next day, Media Matters launched their most extensive hit piece against me yet in a transparent attempt to derail our campaign against gender ideology. And while this was all going on, we were also in the first week of our What is a Woman in College tour, where strong protesters complained that my presence was destabilizing their existence and responded by defiantly singing Bohemian Rhapsody in a vocal performance that resembled the sound of 7,000 chickens choking to death all at once. And then came the big win.
Like 7,000 people jerking off. That's what I do when I choke a chicken. I wonder, though, there doesn't seem to be... I'm trying to think, because there's a lot of conservatives who will talk about trans issues, but I don't see a lot of like decent progressives that would step up to the plate and talk about these issues. Necessarily, I guess Destiny, but like I guess wonder. This is my question, right? How come you don't see more of that interaction? You'll see like your Ben Shapiro's, your Matt Walsh's meltdown about trans people, but you won't see any decent pushback one-on-one. And I wonder if it's because those progressives aren't interested in the conversation, or if people like Matt Walsh will dodge conversations with people like Destiny.
It's a little bit of both, to be honest with you.
Get fucking thrashed. I just wonder.
On Friday, the capstone to all of these events. At the end of a week where I think our enemies thought that they'd landed a knockout blow, it was announced by Vanderbilt in a letter to state lawmakers that they would be pausing all gender transition procedures on minors. So, perhaps the first time in recent memory, anyway, a left-wing institution caved to pressure from the right. Very rarely does that happen. We beat them.
If you think like Vanderbilt's like left wing, you got another thing coming, my friend.
Well, seriously, or like what he says accurately. But that's true. That's a good thing that they're making sure that they're doing the right thing before moving forward. No?
Now on to make gender transitions on minors illegal across the entire state, and then remove across the entire country. But
yeah, I'm sure they really just dodged, because I can see people like Bosch. I'm not a big fan of Bosch, but like Bosch would be like cum his pants to talk to fucking like any of these people about any of these things. So they probably just dodge it and don't really give it any attention. And I can only imagine it's because they're afraid in some capacity. Like I understand individuals being like, yeah, I'm not a big debater, but for like the entirety of Daily Wire to dodge these debates is bizarre.
This was a major victory, and I think perhaps in some ways unprecedented. And we'll have much more to say about it in a few minutes, but the week was not over with the Vanderbilt news. That night, Jon Stewart opened the second season of his Apple TV show. Even though nobody watched the first season, he got the second season anyway. A little bit more of that left-wing privilege.
People watched the first season because it's Jon Stewart.
Watched it. Even the clips on YouTube do pretty well. Why would you just assume nobody watched it? That's just like a weird. I just fucking named myself.
That's because he's a fucking dick, man.
I imagine. What the Jesus Christ? Why does this do so much fucking damage? Oh my tits.
Most people didn't even know that the first season happened, but it did. Season 2, episode 1 comes along and focuses on the topic of gender. It is, in effect, Jon Stewart's response to our documentary, What is a Woman, and even features a brief clip of the film. The left has hailed this episode as the ultimate takedown of the conservative conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I knew Lex Friedman was trying to... These guys are president. Was trying to debate. Lex Friedman was trying to set up a debate between Ben Shapiro and Destiny, and like Ben just completely dodged it.
That women don't have penis.
Ben would never do that.
The conservative conspiracy theory that women don't have penis.
Ben would never do that.
It just
same thing with like Knowles. Same thing. They'll probably do something with like Hassan, but they'll never do something with like Vosh or like whatchamacallit.
Jon Stewart is a shallow, spineless left-wing hack with a free thinker and a sort of bold comedic mind, even though he has always simply adopted the mainstream corporate position.
Destiny or Vosh.
What's so funny about this is Jon Stewart got blasted for talking about how he thought that COVID was created in a lab. So it's so funny because that was like one of the biggest things that Jon Stewart got shit on in recent history. That was somewhat recent. He like went on Colbert and he's like, I think it was made in some kind of a lab because we have fucking bats in America, right? Now, whether you think he's right or wrong is completely irrelevant. The point is that it's not the mainstream perspective to say something like that. Most people would say like, oh, you're pushing the conspiracy that China did it on purpose or something. So to sit here and be like, he just adapts all the mainstream. Nah, you can't even say that. You just can't say that. When it came to the anti-Semitism, Jon Stewart, what was he saying? I think we should let people bring it up so we can talk about it. Stop trying to suppress people against bringing up some of the, like, remember with the whole Kanye West thing? He's like, let people talk about it. Let's listen to the arguments. Let's have the conversation. Like, you can't say that Jon Stewart adapts all the mainstream perspective. It's lazy and it's pathetic and it's some loser shit. Like, you could say I disagree, but Jon Stewart doesn't just adapt mainstream perspectives. So
that's true. He took a lot of heat for that comment too about the anti-Semitism, because that was right around like Kanye, I think.
stream. You might disagree with him, but he's as honest as he can be, I think. So it's a very lazy thing to be like, oh, he's just virtue signaling. You know, meanwhile, what's the #1 biggest issue with conservatives right now? Trans people. What does Matt Walsh talk about exclusively? Trans people. If anybody can have the argument of you're virtue signaling, I mean, it's going to be you, Matt. So I'm just saying, very lazy right off the bat here.
And that's what he's done now.
Jon Stewart's like pretty like very pro like First Amendment. Let people say like what they want, unless they're like directly advocating for like violence. He's been like pretty consistent about like that take for like the longest time too.
We are in a new dawn of gender and sex complexity, where those who don't fit into a simple binary.
I've been looking for this like this entire time, and it's just like it's a random drop.
It wasn't always like this, people. As recently,
I like the way he says that. I like that take. It's just very nice, you know. Some people just don't fit into that binary. Not everybody can be as cool as me, guys.
Yes, let's say the 1990s, early 2000s, people were making reductive jokes about the subject. What can I say? The joke rhymes.
It would be sad to see Jon Stewart apologizing for his past jokes, disavowing his previous beliefs that men can't have babies, and groveling for acceptance from a bunch of purple-haired 22-year-olds. But you must be.
Maybe he's just changed a little bit with like new arguments before.
Bro, these people are not like ever honest.
The group because I fucking died being president. I'm trying to run back. This is so sad, dude. L in the chat, guys.
Just realize that Jon Stewart has always been a pathetic fraud. This is in keeping with his brand. It's still a sickening, stomach-churning display of self-debasement, as revolting and perverse as watching someone beat themselves on camera. But it's exactly what you ought to expect from a like.
Ironically, I've watched streams and beat themselves.
Lifelong shill.
Any moment of progressive visibility will be met with a vicious backlash.
There are two genders. There are two genders, and everyone knows it.
Ain't but two genders. Ain't but two genders. I like that guy. That's my favorite.
That last guy sounded like it's an emergency, and we're running out of genders. Everyone, there ain't but two genders.
So here you see the attempt to make a completely self-evident and obvious statement seem absurd. The audience, with the enhancement of a laugh track, giggled at the statement that there are only two genders. Like, this is the move. If you just laugh at something, then that
really the answer is there's two recognized genders. All the other
interesting though about laughter. You know, if you can like, not for nothing, it's kind of like a very baser primal thing, but if you can look at something and you can make a joke out of it and laugh at it, it becomes less threatening to people and it becomes easier to engage with. So like if you could just laugh at transphobia, you know, it just becomes like a little silly poopy baby, you know, and all of a sudden it's like, you know, maybe this isn't really this whole huge fucking thing to shit come cry piss and shit about, you know.
That the claim is funny just because they're laughing at it. But they can't make this objectively correct statement funny by laughing about it any more than they can make a statement like, the world is round, or Jon Stewart is a gutless, smirking slug funny by laughing about it. These are all just simply objective, self-evident observations about the physical world. It's really not funny at all, but let's continue.
The point is clear. The human race is defined by a simple binary, a black and white understanding. There are
two genders,
and there are women, and never the twain shall meet.
Trump is an alpha male.
Well, okay, yeah, there are men who are more man than other men, but that's an aberration.
Beta, gamma.
Okay, there's an entire Greek alphabet, a continuum of masculinity, but that doesn't mean
cuck, pajama boy, soy boy,
girly man.
I didn't realize John used his own picture for the girly man thing.
I hope the children are out of the room. Clearly, masculinity appears to be on a dimmer, not an on-off.
Rocket Room was super chatted $1.99. Off topic, have you tried the new Balloons Tower?
I have not, sir. I'm sorry.
Switch, but ladies are different.
I was a big tomboy.
These purple-haired angry freaks.
Rapid feminist lady. High rolling bimbos.
Pretty girly girl.
Oh no, we gotta help this guy.
My God, what a cruise line buffet of the gradients in American gender expression. Turns out there's a lot of non-binary happening between the binaries.
Yeah.
This is John's whole shtick, by the way. Just he
I mean, it's not really a shtick. I mean, it makes sense. You could be like, I don't think you could apply it here because it's something new. So I don't know if I like 100% agree with his argument, right? But the whole concept is that we've always had a gradient of like what it means to be a man in different capacities, in different ways, shapes, and forms, and we've never necessarily adhered to a strict binary. We've always had nuance in some capacity.
True.
And that's all he's saying. You might be like, hey, I don't think it's quite applicable to trans people in this capacity, you know, but it's interesting. Because we always say that. We do invalidate people. You're not a real man. You're not man enough. You're not a real woman. You're not a this. Based on the way that they engage with different things in society.
Oh,
so
fuck.
It's interesting. It's something to bring up.
Finish off the unstoppable. Finish off the unstoppable.
Why am I getting my fucking asshole pushed through my balls right now? I don't know. Anyway.
Goes back to the Daily Show. Just play a clip of someone saying something normal and then mug for the camera like it's, you know, an episode of The Office. Someone says something normal and you look at the camera like, and then that's the joke. Because like automatically that thing is now fun. But these are all just descriptions of personality traits, and most of them are labels used to describe the same sorts of people. So how does this at all even slightly call into question the existence of the man-woman binary? Nobody ever said, John, that every man is exactly the same as every other man, or that every woman is the same as every other woman.
Right, exactly. So now we're creating like a something a little bit greater than a gender binary, so that more people can feel more represented. That's pretty much what it comes down to. It's not really that deep. If I fucking die, Matt Walsh is right. No! Matt Walsh is right, guys.
Squares can also come in many different shapes and colors, and rather many different sizes and colors, not shapes. That's the point. A square is still a square, so you can color different colors.
Oh, wait, you fucked up. Why'd you remove it?
As every other man, or that every woman is the same as every other woman. Squares can also come in many different shapes and colors, and rather many different sizes and colors.
Squares come in many shapes. Oh, fuck. You got me, dude. Holy shit, I'm coming.
Colors, not shapes, that's the point. A square is still a square.
For 2 years and more centrist, but more conservative leaning, but I like ideas from both sides, desiccating comprehensive lead, opening the central right. All right, cool, man, I appreciate that. I like that.
Yeah, so you can color a different color, you can have a big square, a little square. There are lots of different ways you can describe the square.
So you guys know a square is square.
Depending on how you decorate them, but a square is still a square. You can do a lot of interesting things.
You're a fucking square.
A circle is the circle. So, is that really the best that Stewart can do? Just like pointing out that there are different personality traits, different ways that you can describe.
But then also, like, if you, like, check this out. I'm going to draw a bunch of stuff. Okay. Now, imagine these.
There you go. 2 defined engrams. 3 defined engrams.
These things. That one looks kind of the same, but, like... put that one here. Check this out. All these are rectangles, but some of these are also squares. That's pretty much it. Right now, the way that we define people is basically like everybody is a square.
Oh, gotta get the Gambit one too.
To the square. But we're learning maybe it's a little more like a rectangle, right? There's different rectangles. It's all still, you know what I mean?
Give you the best dress
it's all
too.
Still rectangles, but it's like a different. Like this is a longer rectangle. This one's a taller.
I got a shit ton of orbs created.
Right, and so maybe not everybody fits into the binary of square. So instead of calling everybody squares, we say like maybe you're some kind of rectangle. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. The point is, who really gives a shit about fucking non-binary people? Like, who cares? Just let people, like, there's no threat to society because some girl is like, hey, you know, or an AFAB person's like, you know what, I don't feel like a woman for whatever reason. You know, I've got something going on in there. Like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's just a fucking descriptor for, like, your shit. Their sex isn't changing. Their relationship with their doctor doesn't change. And if it does, that's their fucking problem, not my problem. So, who gives a shit? Like,
individual men, different insults you can use against individual women. That's what is that it? Is that all you have? Is that what the left considers some kind of definitive smackdown of the gender binary? Surely he must have more in his arsenal.
I mean, not for nothing, but like if you wanted on the left, you just be like, hey, just like actual gender, like scientists, psychologists, people who study mental health just disagree with you. You're just wrong from that perspective. Like mental health, like we have like robust mental health research, fucking like data and documents, and like based on that, you're just incorrect.
That. Look at all these defined engrams I'm getting.
All you have, yeah, like no, like what else do we fucking need? Okay,
that's actually pretty good.
Plus years, we've been really trying to expand our understanding of mental health, and we've done a good job of it. And it's turned out that there is a phenomenon called trans people, and it exists, and we're gonna make sure
that's not bad.
deal with it the correct way.
67.
To make sure these individuals are happy.
I wish the discipline was a little bit higher. Intellect is fine.
People that go, oh, facts don't care about your feelings. You believe in God. Okay, I love God. I believe in God too. There's nothing factual about God. It's all a feeling. That's it. So to sit here and be like, oh, you're feeling that you're fucking trans is not real. But
some people are gonna get really triggered by that, though.
That justifies slavery is fucking real. Like, holy shit. Like, hey, be aware of the fucking profound level of cognitive dissonance that you engage in here. All right, I hope God is real, not in the way that it is in the Bible, because that's a real asshole. Okay, somebody who sits here and justifies.
Oh, that's Old Testament God, by the way.
Very clearly, some pieces of shit men, much like Matt Walsh, have been weaponizing religion in order to gain some kind of power historically. But holy fuck, to sit here and be like, God is a fact, but fucking trans people aren't, it's just unhinged. It is one of the most unintelligent things I've ever heard in my entire life. It just doesn't make sense. You can't do both of those things. You can't have faith in a God but not faith that trans people exist. It just you cannot do it if you want to be an intelligent, logical person. So yeah, that's it. All boils down to.
He doesn't, of course, but we'll keep watching.
Watch my balls.
That hasn't stopped the traditionalists from deploying their newest weapon, the culture war arsenal. Obvious gotcha question.
The real basic question. What is a woman?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
For all of recorded history, people have known what a woman is.
Yes! All of recorded history! It was simple! Until like a year ago. The answer to what is a woman has always been the same. It's a woman is a deformity that occurred in the ordinary course of nature. That's Aristotle. I apologize. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I meant a woman is a person who has no legal existence once married. I'm sorry, that's early American culture law. That's not right. No,
He's right about this stuff.
It's not a gotcha question. A woman is 30 shekels. I'm sorry, that's Leviticus.
Yes, John, those are different things that different people...
Oh my God, is he going to justify this?
...over the course of history, but what is your point?
The point is that the way that we value like, genders and always
the way that we've defined women has like changed over the years too.
What does it mean to be a woman in society? Is it a perfect argument? No, but neither is your argument. The point is, we've always had social conversations about what it means to be a woman in society. Whether it's submissive, that's pretty much it. Whether they're submissive, whether they listen or they don't listen, what their roles are. And now we're continuing to have those conversations more and more. That's pretty much all he's talking about, just in a different way. That's it.
Aristotle and the author of Leviticus and everyone else that you might name from ancient history all agreed on what a woman is fundamentally and physically. They all agree that a woman can be defined because if they didn't, then they couldn't have said anything about women in the first place. Stacey Jonathan, you're not understanding it. You can't even talk about them. You can't say anything about them at all unless there's some shared understanding of what this entity is. You know, in 2020, there were over 1,000 significant online data breaches.
Holy shit, I'm coming. VPN, guys. Buy a VPN. Then you can look at child porn without having to get in trouble. Matt Walsh, plug in the VPN. All right, let me get back to this.
Proven.com/Matt Walsh Show.
Sorry, guys. He wouldn't use it for that. He wouldn't use it.
What you're proving is that over history, people have had...
I don't know. Matt Walsh is a pretty weird guy, Papa. Have you seen those early conversations he's had?
But you haven't proved that there was ever, at any time, ever in history, ever, until just now, even the slightest disagreement on the definition of the word.
I guess. I mean, there are different cultures that have acknowledged like different types of genders depending on the culture. You know, there's two-spirit and a bunch of other shit. You know, there's been some, additional genders in some cultures that have existed. Yeah, sure.
No, indeed, you've proven the opposite, if anything. I mean, there are people who would say different things about Jon Stewart. Some people would say he's a clean
what?
On the other hand, people with functioning
What are you
brains say
talking
he's a
about?
boring chump, desperate for approval. These are all adjectives, some of them more accurate than others.
I've always wanted to see this place.
Bro, it's not that deep, my guy. Stop, Matt.
Why do you hate him so much? John, you'll never be Jon Stewart, dude. All jokes aside, I mean, Jon Stewart's an incredible man. I don't know what else to say. There's nobody who truly thinks that Matt Walsh is an incredible man or an incredible person. and maybe that just bothers him or something. There's never going to be anybody that looks at Matt Walsh and goes like, wow, this guy is, you know, this is a good, like nothing other than like a bunch of fucking nutcases. But John, like, people love Jon Stewart. He's an incredible guy that cares. You know, he was the one who was sitting there shitting on Republicans and Democrats in New York for not giving, you know, relief money for people who, the first responders to like 9/11. Like, this is the guy who, like, fucking, like, you know, he's fucking leads with his heart. You know, there's nothing genuine about the way Matt Walsh thinks or feels. It's all just like, I want to hate farm and be provocative as possible so that people will hopefully respond to me, so that I can keep up the hate. You know, there's the entire platform is fundamentally is centralized around hate. You know, and maybe it sounds cringe when I say that, but like, people don't tend to respect people in a real true way that hate farm. You know, people who could only
he's right about that too.
Hateful, that fizzles out very quickly. You know, you have to maintain hate if that's the way that if that's how you get all your attention. But once the hate's gone, like, you're nothing. But John doesn't have that. Like, he's a great guy. I think he inspires a lot of people in a very positive way. I don't think anybody really values you in that capacity. And me neither. That's fine. Oh. But I'm not sitting here coping, shitting on somebody because, like, I fucking...
So silly, dude.
They don't make Jon Stewart into some kind of abstract, undefinable entity whose very objective existence is now up for debate. But Stewart isn't done. He also interviews Leslie Rutledge, who's the Arkansas Attorney General and the great American who's helped to spearhead the efforts in her state to make it illegal to sexually mutilate children.
Sexually mutilate children?
Not every great American.
Hey, so let's stop circumcision. If we really want to talk about sexual mutilation,
true.
You know, let's do circumcision, bro. All right? I don't know. I understand when it comes to kids, things get like a little, like, they get different. I understand. It's you know, you
that's
definitely want kids to get misdiagnosed, but the reality is that, like, if I had a kid that was trans, I would work with doctors and my kid and my wife to just figure out what the best thing was for my kid. I would obviously I would get second opinions and stuff, but at the end of the day, like, you know, every trans adult will tell you they knew that they were trans when they were a kid, and, like, you know, some people just didn't have the access to it.
We're talking about like 1% of the fucking population here too, people. Come on.
We may not actually have gender dysphoria, and we make sure we get the right outcome for people, but at the end of the day, these things have always existed. You know, it's just that the treatment methods are different now. They're more affirming to help people feel like they're more authentic selves. You know, and that's a big factor in it. When you know that there's, like, actually a treatment that can make you feel like your authentic self, things change drastically. You know, and I hope I never have a trans kid, because that'll be really tough on them. But if I do, I'm more interested in them being happy than to be a fucking ideologue.
Is necessarily equipped to successfully respond to a partisan attack like Stewart.
Well, John's argument, I remember I watched this debate. John's argument is like, hey, you realize that, like, these robust medical institutions and psychological institutions disagree with you. And then she gives a statistic that she can't confirm. And then he's like, well, what's the statistic? What's the accreditation this from? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. She embarrasses herself here.
And everyone is going to be good in that context. And unfortunately,
I know, it's... I remember that. It's fucking embarrassing, dude.
Why she was chosen for this segment, but let's watch a little bit.
Why would the state of Arkansas step in to override parents, physicians, psychiatrists, endocrinologists who have developed guidelines? Why would you override those guidelines?
That's a good question.
Well, I think it's important that all of those physicians, all of those experts, for every single one of them, there's an expert that says we don't need to allow children to be able to take those medications. That there are many instances where...
Well, you know that's not true. You know it's not for everyone. That's one. These are the established.
Well, I don't know that that's not true. I don't know that.
Then why would you pass a law then if you don't know that that's true?
Well, I know that there are doctors, and that we had plenty of people come and testify before our legislature who said that you know, we have 98% of the young people who have gender dysphoria thought that they are able to move past that, and once they have the help, they no longer suffer from gender dysphoria. 98% without that medical treatment.
That's an incredibly made up figure. That doesn't comport with any of the studies or documentation that exists from these medical organizations. What medical association are you talking about?
Oh, he's not going to cut it out.
Well, we have all of that in our legislative history, and we'll be glad to provide that to you.
And then they didn't provide it to him because the number is made up. I've talked about it before. Back in the day, we used to have a thing called gender identity disorder. One of the things, the reason we phased it out is because it was overly prescribed to like gay kids. If you were a little bit of a feminine man, you were all of a sudden you were diagnosed with gender identity disorder. So those are kind of.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
No institution nowadays is working off of data that's like, if that was true, those are people who are misdiagnosed. But if that was true, they wouldn't be doing the true method. I know you want to think that everything is a conspiracy, but at the end of the day, if we had something that 98% of the time people just grew out of it, which is basically what she's saying, they wouldn't create robust medical attention. Like, it's not this magical conspiracy that you want to believe that it is. Like, you're so conspiracy right that you think that there's like this underlying issue, but it just doesn't exist. I don't know what else to tell you. Not in the way that you think. Like, it just, you know, are there people who get misdiagnosed? Absolutely. But when conservatives like Matt Walsh talk about misdiagnosis, it's not in a way to have the right conversation about proper diagnosis. It's in the way to say, see, everything is wrong. And that's the problem. There's no back and forth here. So.
Okay. Jon Stewart was, of course, extremely careful about which conservatives he invited to speak to him about this issue. I don't think I'm
just like don't you dodge talking to people. Go talk to like fucking Jessica. Like, I don't know.
Inflating myself in any respect by saying that I am primarily the one who brought the "what is a woman" question to the forefront, and yet Stewart didn't reach out to me for an interview. If he had, I would have eagerly accepted. And here's how I would have.
Instead
of making the mistake of getting into a credentialism contest, as Rutledge does takes debate.
What do you mean a credential? You mean like proposing facts and statistics? Like, yeah, that's not a contest. You need to talk about actual data that's collected. If the data says that gender-affirming care works, then why would we just say no, Ella? Her data's wrong. She doesn't have data. She doesn't have anything that backs up what she has to say. Debate Sam Cedar. There you go.
Once you do that, it's over. Okay, that's
Once
all
you engage with facts.
I would have said something like this.
Okay, let's hear it.
John, you're coming out of the gate with appeals to authority because you don't have any thoughts of your own.
You're instantly a fucking moron. Okay, I just need you to understand what's happening here. Matt Walsh is just saying, "Oh, you're appeal to authority." Stop with the bullshit debate terms. If there is robust data that suggests that a particular thing is valid, you have to meet us at the data. To say data doesn't exist because I say so is just stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just acknowledging that you don't have information.
Dude, I feel dumber listening to Matt Walsh, man. Just an unintelligent buffoon, dude.
That the Earth is the center of the universe, or that bloodletting is the cure for every known disease. Okay, there was a time when every medical expert in the world would have told you that if you want to
and they were wrong, and they were later proven wrong.
We have more robust data trackers, and we're much more robust from a medical perspective.
3 hours is ready and waiting to receive.
I don't understand.
Clear the area, and we'll transmat them out.
Balefires will give you an edge in the fight.
Like,
use them to consecrate the.
We've made significant progress nowadays. It's interesting how Matt will say, like, hey, slavery needed to happen and we shouldn't, black people are better off. Because look at where we are now, we're in such a great spot. And then, like, I don't know. And then, but then somehow appeal in this capacity and saying, like, back in the day, they'll just use data and statistics. I don't even know what fucking point that was making. I'm literally fucking mushroom. The point that I'm trying to make here, though, is that we have a much more robust data figures. Dude, I don't even know the fucking point that I was trying to make before. The point is we have much more robust data. So, what are you talking about? We could see positive outcomes. Like, yeah, back in the day, doctors would tell you to go fuck yourself if you would, warn women about prenatal care or something. But, like, now we have like, back in the day, doctors say don't wash your hands. But, like, now we have data that says when you don't wash your hands, people die more. So,
in this case, your brainless appeals to authority are even more asinine because the authorities you mention all have an obvious financial stake in the very medical practices you're seeking to justify.
So then advocate for universal health care to remove that financial stake, because this is a fundamental problem. You can't keep complaining about, because they make money off of this gender affirming care. That's a system problem. If you wanna say, hey, there should be less of a profit motive and less of a profit incentive for these companies doing these things, so then advocate against advocate against the fucking, like, advocate for a change in the system, because that's across the board. For everything. There's a profit incentive for obesity. Like, for obesity, for everything. Every single thing. Like, it's insane. $30 for a fucking Tylenol at the goddamn ER. Like, you can't make these arguments just for... It's so funny that you only pretend to care when it's trans people, but when it's people dying from lack of access to fucking healthcare, you're like, no, that's okay. That's justice. You can't sit here and push a financial, like, oh, it's a financial conspiracy. By that logic, then your lack of support for universal healthcare is a conspiracy to, like, embolden fucking rich people. I don't know what they want me to tell you. You're being a silly goose.
So what you're telling me is that people who make millions of dollars mutilating kids all say it's a good idea to mutilate kids. Wow, breaking news. The tobacco industry also has funded studies showing that smoking isn't so bad for you. Will you be citing those on your next show, John?
I don't.
But this is all beside the point.
I imagine there are counter studies, but okay.
The burden of proof is not on me to explain to you why we shouldn't castrate and sterilize children. You guys are the ones coming along out of nowhere demanding that we start engaging in those kinds of horrific practices. So you tell me what your evidence is. What studies are you talking about? Tell me, John, which credible long-term studies prove that it's a good idea to castrate and mutilate? Which one?
Castrate?
Here, I'll help you. There are none. They don't exist.
Oh, shit.
These medical institutions don't have studies to support their practices. Our kids...
I mean, they do. I mean, like, it's just... you'd have to be a fucking psychopath to think that, like, people are just doing this for, like, LOL funsies. Like, what do you think? Like, you think there's actually, like, a conspiracy? Like, people are actually just like, no, it's... no, there's actual research and data that says that these transitioning are, like, helpful to people. That's what doctors are utilizing. That's what they're using. And if you think that there's a conspiracy, then, like... advocate for universal healthcare. I don't know what they want me to tell you. Some form of it, at least, in some capacity.
Are the study. This current generation is the guinea pig, the lab rat.
And by the way, there's a level of truth to that, because our studies aren't necessarily as robust as they could be. Unfortunately, the way that you have to study things is by doing them. So we have, like, shorter-term studies that say, like, hey, this is the correct way to operate, and you know what? Unfortunately, you have to implement that study, and you know what? Some people may get misdiagnosed. We may not be perfect. We're closer than we ever have been to the proper way to treat this, but we may not be perfect. And so, like, yeah, he's got a point there, but the problem is that, like, this is just the unfortunate reality is you have to test some things and see how this guy's an idiot. He just done that. Right? How are you all so fucking dumb? Holy shit. Anyway. But it's just going to keep getting better, and as we make mistakes, things are going to get better. This is the unfortunate reality of how the world works. So...
that's the part you're leaving out from sycophantic gas.
Sycophantic gas.
I'd like to this conversation progressive.
Maybe a conservatives from there.
The guidelines of medical organizations. That's the only thing they talk about. So, well, this organization said we should do it, so we should. That's literally all he has. That's it.
Hey guys, the fucking people whose job it is to study in these things and, like, carry out solutions, they're saying we should do it. Oh, that's all he has? All he has is accredited fucking people that dedicate their lives to trying to help people with gender dysphoria? What a fucking idiot. I have God on my side, guys. Holy
the
shit.
people that we trust with our medical care, you know.
Have God on your side. That is much more powerful than doctors. Like, what's your argument? Okay? What the fuck's happening here? Just say you don't like trans people. Okay. I get it. But, you know, I don't understand how we're fucking losing.
This whole case comes down to, these people said we should castrate kids. Which people?
It's when he uses rhetoric like that. It's like the extreme rhetoric like that that gets to, like, a lot of people. Oh, like, they're castrating. And it's just like, they don't understand, like, what goes on, what really goes on. Because, like, they're not, like, doctors. And then you have, like, a multimedia company and then all these, like, other, like, cultural pundits on the right, funded by, like, millionaires and billionaires, basically telling them, hey, they're, like, gonna, like, rape your kids. I'm being serious too. Like, they put all this, like, crazy rhetoric out there. There's nothing, like, and it's like infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating, too, because I wish the rumors that they spread about George Soros funding the left were true. I wish we had our own, left-wing billionaires and millionaires, like, funding the left. We would actually be able to get a lot of things done. I wish those George Soros rumors, rumors or lies they spread were true. Hey, lady, how are you? I appreciate you joining the stream. I wish that shit was true.
Oh, great. Good to know. He also lies, of course, and misrepresents the
Dear
data. Let's check that
God,
out.
man.
I've got some bad news for you. Parents.
It's all that money. And then like they talk about things like which make like the average Dick and Jane just like uncomfortable. It's like, yeah, you know, they're trying to cut your kid's balls off and shit. They're gonna put a man dressed up like a woman in your daughter's high school basketball team's locker room. Like shit like that, even though that shit's not happening. God damn, man. It's fucking, and like it freaks people out, you know? And I understand too, that would freak people out. Just like think about that for a second. Like, you know, these people, you know, the people in the school. I'm assuming you're involved in school, in like in the teachers association or like the parents association, parent teachers association and whatnot. Like you probably go to the school board meetings and shit like that. You know that shit's not happening. Fucking paranoid too. It's like what was it? That it was that shooting in New York too. Like that young woman, like white woman by the way, she pulled into the wrong driveway. The guy lost his mind and shot and fucking killed her. You think that's a normal fucking response? You could have just gone out and said, hey, lady, wrong driveway. She would have pulled away. Then you had, shit, I forgot the young kid's name, the young black kid in I forget his name. It started with an L too. He went to the wrong door. The guy acknowledged to the young man that he was at the wrong door. He then proceeded to shoot the kid through the door, opened the door, and then shot the kid again when the kid was already shot, wounded on the ground. I remember the cover of the post was like the guy had a no solicitor sign. You think like blowing, you knew the kid wasn't a danger to you because he thought he was picking up his cousins, his brother or his cousins or something. Like, holy shit, you think that was like the appropriate response for like someone knocking? Going to the wrong house, you think like shooting through the door and then shooting him again it's like the appropriate response? No, it's not. Fucking A, man. I don't give a shit if it had a no solicitor sign. Just tell the kid to buzz off then. If he doesn't buzz off then, call the cops.
With children who have gender dysphoria.
Fucking A, gun culture in this country is fucking nuts too. There's like a bunch of it's fucking like people like this and like Matt Walsh that like make people like afraid too. Like my parents too. Like my fucking mom is like crazy. Like she thinks like Black Lives Matter is like gonna be like patrolling through her streets, like knocking down her door. And I showed her the stats too. My parents live in one of the safest counties in the entire country. It's in the top 20. The statistics are insane. There hasn't been a murder here in this county in like over a decade. There was like a recent murder, but apparently the murder didn't actually happen in this county. The body was just disposed here. It happened like a couple counties over, and they moved the body into this county. And she thinks like Black Lives Matter is gonna come in and like fucking like destroy. She hears like a car backfire. She thinks it's like a bunch of black people coming in to like destroy the neighborhood or some shit like that. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. That's the thing too. And yeah, she does watch Fox News. Holy shit. It's like so much information hitting you at once too. It's so much fear mongering too. And I hate it. It's also not just Fox News, it's also CNN and sometimes like sometimes like MSNBC too. I'm like, why are you guys fear mongering about it? Just report the news. I hate that shit. It's so fucking annoying, man. Gets people like riled up and charged up. We talked about it yesterday too. There's about what, just under 2 million like known trans people like in the country, in the United States of America, of a population of 330 some odd million people. That's nothing. That's a drop in the bucket.
And so these mainstream medical organizations have developed guidelines.
That's actually good.
Peer-reviewed data and studies. And through those guidelines, they've improved mental health outcomes.
Yeah, this is all true.
What data is that, John? What are you talking about? You're saying that there is data showing that a child's long-term mental health is improved by castrating and sterilizing and mutilating him? Which data exactly is that? Where is
my
that
guy,
data?
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I can find it. I can actually cite this right now. Check this out. I could do a really good job citing this.
Talk about Matt Walsh. The data is there. All the data is there. But they never want to recognize that the data exists. It's so fucking frustrating.
Okay, there's a really good data here that I can find. It's this video. I don't know if Matt's ever seen it before. It's a video about Matt Walsh and Hunter Avalon, and in this, Matt Hunter constantly cites sources for this information.
I actually remember this. Yes,
and Matt, of course, says like, "No, you're wrong." The sources are everywhere. People are constantly giving them to you, and then you just say, "No, mine are better," and then you give shit sources that have like fucking been disproven already. So, do you care about sources? Do you not care about sources? Like, where are we at here?
She never flips it around on him. He's very lucky that she never thinks to say, what are you talking about? Can you show me? What are you talking about? Can you provide an example?
Yeah, well, it's easier to argue from the point when you're like referencing actual doctors.
Can you say anything about it other than insisting that it exists? No, you can't, because it doesn't exist. It never has existed, and it never will.
Well, it does exist.
You're lying.
It does exist. You're objectively incorrect, and like that's just the reality of where we're at. It does exist. Like, it exists. We need to do more data research, of course, but it exists. That's why we have entire robust mental health and medical health facilities created around it, because it exists. It's not this fucking incredible conspiracy theory. So,
unfortunately for you, your guest didn't call you out on that. But I will.
Discipline.
And I do it to your face.
I'm gonna keep the Deep Explorer hood,
who won't be so easily railroaded.
even though it's not even like that spiky. To be honest with you,
just keep saying wrong things, even when you're wrong.
But in some ways, I'm grateful for the Jon Stewart episode. He's grateful for it because it's the first time anyone has paid attention to him in like 8 years. I'm grateful because it's being heralded as the best.
He just took, then he take like an entire 8-year break, and then he came back with this Jon Stewart, like the problem with Jon Stewart, and it's like blowing up, and it's a very positive force.
Very good. The show's really good. I mean, it's the Daily Show. It's the Daily Show without Jon Stewart being restrained by like Comedy Central. That's really is. And to be honest with you, like when he was like the host of the Daily Show, he wasn't really that restrained. The only real restrictions on him was dealing with like the rules in regards to the FCC on like cable TV. But because it's Apple TV, outside of him saying like some wild, like saying something, let's say like Sneeko doesn't disagree with Hitler or some shit like that. There's a conversation like that. It's out there. Google it. And he was talking to Aiden Ross and like somebody else. I think DJ Academics. That conversation was wild. They were like, Aiden was trying to give him like so many outs and he just wouldn't take it. That was just like a wild conversation. And I was just like, my guy wouldn't disagree with Hitler.
And now he has like he has a show, and it seems to be doing pretty well. Just like the YouTube clips alone that he posts, and this is just stuff plugging the show, does pretty well. Similar business model to what you guys do, except he has more consistent bangers than you do.
Let's see here. So I'm getting like spiky armor, but the problem is it's discipline and recovery. It's discipline and resilience. The same thing here. I'm not getting anything in recovery. Unfortunately, I need recovery. That's the thing. But I think I can get recovery in some of these other items. So I think in my boots, I can do it. Boots, I can do it. In my bond, I can do it. These sun bracers, I'm not going to be able to do it. And then in the hood, so I'm gonna keep the discipline armor on. I think afterwards I'll get recovery on for that. After that, or maybe resilience, because I remember when I had the resilience armor mod in, and it was like the stat distributions were like so weird. These are too even. I need like spikier jumps. If you can remove the intellect, strength, and mobility, I don't really give a shit about. Take that 16 and put it into like recovery or put it into like resilience. I would really care about too. But the thing is though, I'm actually surviving. Font of Endurance, and I think I had like what else in here? Font of Endurance is so I'm getting like 100 resilience. I'd rather have like 100 discipline too. All right, back to the video.
Yeah. Okay.
best defense of gender ideology ever put to film, and yet it's laughably weak and can be dismantled with almost no effort at all.
I got some decent.
And that really tells you everything you need to know.
What the fuck's his music, man?
About gender ideology. If you want to join...
You are fucking dumb. Okay.
Okay.
Like, I just
By the
don't-
way, for anybody who's watching this too, this last will and testament in the hangar, it's bugged. Like Zetacross said it's bugged. I literally just went there and checked, and it's bugged too. I'll check back in a little bit. Maybe I just did it
There's been
wrong.
some chatter recently that Chris Christie might run a kamikaze presidential campaign simply to take down Donald Trump because he knows.
No, I'd rather Trump win. I'd rather just like Trump win the nomination. That would be fucking crazy. Because all of them would be forced to like back him up too. But he's gonna burn so many bridges along the way, attacking, putting Ron. By the way, Ron DeSantis' name, that name is just so stuck in my head. Everybody should just call him Pudding Ron, and Pudding Ron should just like trend on Twitter for all the way. Because he hasn't officially announced, I think, but I think Dylan. Anyone remembers knows Dylan Burns of Dylan Burns TV. I think he found the application to officially run for president, unless it was like a fake application, which I think happens every once in a while. But he hasn't officially announced, as far as I know. And yes, Biden is being challenged by Kennedy and Marianne Williamson. Neither has a chance. But Biden hasn't officially announced either. Okay, with bows or sniper rifles, with arc or strand abilities. Okay. Don't really. Arc damage. Does that just need? I guess I'm just armor farming. Yeah, let's go. Got plenty of glimmer. Okay. See if we get some more spiky armor. All right, Kyle, go.
Hey, you got all these other candidates. They're all cucks. They all have to walk this fine line between trying to appeal to the Trump base, but also getting normal people, which is actually kind of a difficult thing to do if you think about it. And so Chris Christie has considered, well, what if I run for president and I'm a total kamikaze, I'm not trying to win, and I just spend all my time absolutely obliterating Donald Trump? Look,
good total bad distribution.
The initial reaction some people might feel when they hear that is like, Trump is going to eat this guy for lunch. But you're forgetting
Same
something.
thing.
Chris Christie is the original Donald Trump. Chris Christie, when he was governor of New Jersey, he'd yell at like 17 people a day. It would always be a news story. And Christie, when he ran for president the last time, he was walking on eggshells because he was listening to his advisors, and they said, look, you can't be yourself. You got to tune it in. You got to tone it down. You got to reel it in. You got to, be more of a normal politician. He listened to them for far too long. He ended up doing horribly. Only at the very end did he really unleash, and he unleashed on behalf of Trump because he made a deal with Trump. Hey, I'll be in your administration, right? And Trump was like, okay, torpedo Marco Rubio. Go after these people for me. And Christie did that. Now, you know what ended up happening? Trump stabbed Chris Christie in the back because Christie was coming to Trump. He wanted to be VP, by the way. Not only did he not get VP, he didn't even get a position in the administration. Why?
Yep.
Because Chris Christie had put Jared Kushner's dad, who was a criminal, in jail. He prosecuted him. Okay, so that came back to bite him in the ass.
Which was
Chris Christie's
well-deserved.
a guy who doesn't let a grudge go easy. As we know from the whole Bridgegate scandal, remember that? He shut down the whole bridge over some personal feud. So it looks like he's going to run for president. Now, I'd love to see it, right? I would love to see it. I'd love to see Chris Christie torpedo Donald Trump. I think Christie would be vicious, and he wouldn't stop. He would just keep going, and so it'd be fun. It'd just be fun to see. And Trump would have to scramble to handle it, but I'm sure Trump would try his best to handle it and fire back aggressively. You'd have two grown men yelling at each other like, roided up high school testosterone-fueled freaks. Okay. Well, this was interesting. Chris Christie, doing an interview with Semaphore, he took some pretty clear shots here at Ron DeSantis as well. Let's listen, and then I'll break it down.
Contribution and arguments. How about Ron DeSantis and Disney?
Well, there's so much there. So let's start off with this. I'm a conservative, and And I believe as a conservative, the job of government is in the main to stay out of the business of business. Like, I don't think we should be heavily regulating business. I don't think we should be telling business what to do, what to say, how to think. And I believe that's what conservatives have believed.
That's like a mainline. By the way, that's actually a pretty like mainline conservative thought. That's why I always find it funny when I talk to people like who I know are like diehard conservatives and they like what DeSantis is doing, and I bring it back to them. Aren't you guys the party of like capitalism like gone wild? Don't you think that him constraining Disney goes against like those principles? And they always give me like some like bullshit answer, but then I'm like, so why not just like work with Disney and tell them to like tone down some of that rhetoric instead of like threatening them and trying to force? Isn't that like what Democrats do? Don't Democrats like force the hand of like businesses instead of trying to come up with like a collaborative solution? And they kind of fall to pieces with that argument too, because they know I'm right. That's the thing.
I don't think Ron DeSantis is a conservative based on his actions towards Disney. I mean, you know, where are we headed here now? That if you express disagreement in this country, the government is allowed to punish you? To me, that's what I always thought liberals did. And now all of a sudden, here we are participating in this.
Dude, there's like a storm brewing with the Republicans. I'm telling you, the party's fracturing, and like they made a fucking deal with the devil with Donald Trump, and now like the party's gonna fracture. I'm seeing it. You're seeing it all across the board. The party's gonna fracture.
Republican governor, and the second piece of it is, like, part of I'm all for the appropriate use of governmental power to achieve laudable goals. And when you're the governor of a state, and our governorship is constitutionally the most powerful governorship in the country, the New Jersey governorship has enormous authority. And I loved using the levers of that authority to be able to accomplish things. But when you put someone in that position, or like a position of president, if you're going to use those levers, you got to look around the corners to see what the result of that'll be. For him to have taken the action he took against Disney, and to not have foreseen that Disney was going to do what they did in response, which was to completely take over the millions and millions of acres and the zoning decisions on that before they got the authority. Well, I'll tell you this much. That's not the guy I want sitting across from President Xi and negotiating our next agreement with China, or sitting across from Putin and trying to resolve what's happening in Ukraine, if you can't see around a corner that Bob Iger created for you.
Damn. So what he's referring to there at the end is, you know, Ron DeSantis has had it out for Disney. He's gone after Disney. He did some political moves to basically try to have the state take over, like, the board that runs Disney. And so he's trying to defang them, effectively. And he thought he successfully did it. But at the last minute, Disney flexed their power, and they were able to do a little jujitsu move where they retained all the power. Like, they took the power away from the state officials, the board that DeSantis was putting in to run Disney. And Disney was like, and they basically defanged the power of that board. They retained power for decision making. And, you know, I'm really simplifying this, but that's the gist of what happened. And, you know, Ron DeSantis got a little bit of a lesson here in who really has the power and the control in America. Honestly, it is more the corporations than it is the government. I mean, the government has tremendous authority, but they're usually flexing that authority on behalf of the corporations, and when they're not doing that, the corporations find a way to get the upper hand. And that's why you have this clip that just went viral of Ron DeSantis basically doing a press conference and saying, maybe we'll build a state prison right next to, you know, Disney. Or,
hilarious,
words,
by the
like,
way.
I'm going to retaliate in one way or another because of what happened here.
Which is hilarious.
It's a political battle that Ron DeSantis can win, because, again, Disney and every major corporation has tremendous power and authority, and again, DeSantis did not outmaneuver Disney. Disney outmaneuvered DeSantis. Okay, so this is what Chris Christie's pointing out. Now, that, you know, it's a fair point, right? Like, you couldn't outwit Bob Iger, but you think you're gonna outwit, like, you know, Putin or Xi or whoever. It's like,
it's got a point.
I don't know, man. I don't know. seems like you should have been able to outmaneuver Bob Iger, right? But his other point was like, I don't think Ron DeSantis is conservative. And from his perspective, he goes, conservatives are in favor of business, basically live and let live. They do what they want. The government shouldn't interfere unless they absolutely have to, and they didn't have to interfere here, but DeSantis did. So he's saying that's really not conservatism. Look, I understand the point he's making, but they're different definitions and perspectives on what is conservatism. And Christie's going with the traditional view of conservatism of like small government, don't get in the way of business. That's one view of conservatism. So by that definition, yes, Christie is more conservative than Ron DeSantis. Another view of conservatism is preserving tradition. And that's the argument Ron DeSantis would make vis-a-vis Disney from his perspective. He would argue, I think Disney is
all right, let's get these gambit rings, folks,
by doing whatever LGBTQ Pride Day or whatever they're mad about. I mean, they wake up, Ben Shapiro was ranting against, I hear that in the next Frozen, one of the characters will be gay, and I'm outraged. They're going to be a lesbian. So they would argue, oh, you're not respecting tradition because you're, you know, accepting and tolerating LGBTQ identity. So now I will use the power of government to try to force you to be more traditional, be more conservative,
basically,
be more anti-gay, right? Like, so there are different definitions of conservatism. One is respecting tradition, and he's using the state to enforce that. That's one idea of conservatism. Another one is small government, don't interfere with business. So I get his argument, but it's, you know, that one's a little bit hollow. That one's a little bit hollow. And by the way, on the principle of, he's like, you should let business do their thing. You shouldn't though, right? Like, you shouldn't. As a general rule, the government should be there as a referee. Now, it just so happens Ron DeSantis is using the power of government, in this instance, incorrectly and wrongly, and it's bad that he's flexing state power to try to control Disney over these sorts of disagreements, right? Over, hey, you tolerate gay people. Like, that's not the right way to use government power, but on the principle of using government power to regulate business, well, yeah, I think any reasonable person would agree to at least some of that, right? Like, even if you're a conservative, you can say, I think building codes are good, right? Like, I don't want a building to collapse in on me if there's an earthquake or if there's a hurricane or whatever. If there's a strong storm, building codes are good. That's one way the government gets involved in the private market and with private businesses to try to regulate and protect for everybody.
On the field.
You know, taxing corporations, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But if you look, now he's going after DeSantis too. I don't know, man. Maybe his kamikaze campaign, he's convinced himself in his own mind. Maybe it's not a kamikaze campaign. Maybe I think I can win. Which, LOL, you can, Chris Christie, but I still love the idea
God,
of
his polling must be in like, his polling's probably like in the single digits.
Everybody fight. Just to go after everybody viciously. I would enjoy that. And we're starting to see the beginning of that right here. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. Watch that video.
I mean, the beauty of Trump, I think, for a lot of these Republicans, to some extent, is that, like, he's transactional. Speaking of Trump and DeSantis, of course, the key difference between Trump and DeSantis is that Donald Trump pretends that he will protect Social Security and Medicare.
Don't give a shit, dude.
Whereas DeSantis pretends that he won't attack Social Security and Medicare. And Donald Trump has more sway over the Republicans in this argument. Here is more evidence of Republicans who want to cut Social Security, and it's so knee-jerk. Here's Matt Gaetz not realizing anything about Social Security when he calls for cuts with Steve Bannon on the War Room.
Jody Arrington is on top of things. He is very competent, and he laid out a budget menu to the members. And frankly, I thought that it was going to be milquetoast, and it was bold and it was effective at meeting the challenges that we have to meet. And it did not slash the defense budget, which is something that I would not support. I don't want to fund the defense budget of Ukraine and other countries, but I do believe that we ought to have the most technically capable military in the world, and we ought to have the qualitative edge over any potential adversary now and in the future. And so the Arrington budget would, I think, have pleased the Hawks.
Without touching Social Security and Medicare?
Look, I believe that we have to have a discussion about raising the age of Social Security. I think that is not a likelihood with Joe Biden in the White House and a Democrat Senate. But do I believe that forever and always the age of Social Security will be what it is?
But did Arrington's budget get to a balanced budget in 10 years with going just focusing on
for 1 second.
Medicaid?
This is why you know that Republicans are just who say things like this are so foolish. First off, they want to cut Social Security.
And they will do
Social
it.
Security. Raising the retirement age is cutting Social Security. But here's how you know it's just a knee jerk. They want to cut Social Security because it allows them to continually cut taxes, and it diminishes the pressure on raising Social Security taxes.
Allies down. Pulling them back.
The retirement age is not static for Social Security. The retirement age right now is full retirement, where you can take you can take early retirement, you can take late retirement. It diminishes your benefits if you do it early. Obviously, if you do it later, it increases. But the point where you're eligible,
These motherfuckers,
for
dude.
full baseline retirement has been going up slowly on a month-by-month basis over the past 10 years.
Your allies invade.
Right now, I think it's still at 65. When I retire, I'm 56. It will be at 67. He does not know this. This was part of the deal put in place in 1981 with Alan Greenspan and St. Ronald Reagan when they knew the baby boomers were happening. It is also one of the most regressive ways of doing this. And I'll tell you why. Because there's idiots out there who say, well, when Social Security was put in place, life expectancy was 10 years younger than it is today. That is true for wealthy people. That is not true for the bottom half of the income distribution. When you raise the retirement age, it is a much more significant cut in benefits for people in the bottom half of the income distribution, who also
Invader income.
generally are working much more demanding, physically demanding jobs.
Blame them for trying.
If you want to make sure that wealthy people do not get the same benefits out of Social Security relative to, it's a social insurance program. If I'm wealthy in my retirement, I don't need Social Security in the same way that 40% of Americans who rely exclusively on Social Security, exclusively, to keep them out of poverty. Others, there's another, I think like 20% who rely on Social Security in addition with other maybe pensions they have, 401ks or, to stay out of poverty. If you want to make sure that wealthy people are not relying on Social Security when they need it,
damn.
I mean, or getting Social Security, or getting too much from Social Security when they don't need it.
Yeah, that was a good one.
There's a much easier way to fix it than raising the retirement
It's all
age.
right. They got
And that
it.
is increase my taxes. Increase taxes. It is the easiest way, the cheapest way, the most efficient way to means test our society. Provide universal benefits and then just
It's gonna have to come out of taxes. That's the only way to do it.
taxes in a progressive manner so that they go higher the more money you make in our system, the less you need government support. Or I should say, really to rephrase it, your government support has come on the front end. It has allowed you, by structuring society in such a way, an opportunity to make this kind of money so that your skill set actually brings you wealth. Because we could set up society in a much different way where your skill set is not as valued. We could set up a society in such a way where, like, we're just going to pay teachers $200,000 a year. all teachers. We're going to have teaching colleges free. We're going to build housing for teachers. I mean, we could structure society any way we want, where we could make sure, or at least increase the chances of different cohorts of people.
You could do this.
Not private businesses, but different cohorts of people make more money than other people. We could do that. But we don't. So you get yours on the front end. You get your government support on the front end. That's all. You want to own a house? We're going to give you a tax deduction for your mortgage payments. So the better way to put it is, like, if you want to make sure that people who have already gotten their benefits from the government on the front end don't get more benefits on the back end, when there are people who didn't get their benefits from the government on the front end, need it more, raise taxes. That's it.
Ooh! Cabal on the field. Let's be bad guys. Cabal are on their last legs in this system. Let's
Today, I am going to be reacting to Avin Preach's hit piece on me.
When you have a house, there's a lot of chores. There's a lot of shit to do around the house. Lots.
I can tell you right now, this was not a hit piece. This is them like talking about reality.
I work like that. The work is equally separated at home. It's gonna be a burden. It's definitely gonna be a burden.
And see, like, this is the thing. A lot of these reaction channels will try to nitpick and look at this. Well, if she's working, the chores are gonna be hard. Guys, marriage is supposed to be hard. And I've told this story like many times on my channel, so I'm just gonna tell you.
They're not disagreeing with you in that video.
This relative was married for 50 years, and this woman did not believe in divorce. Like, it was just not an option in her book. And her husband actually left the family for another woman, and she prayed to God for a solution, because that was her belief. She did not believe in marriage. She did not believe in divorce. So her husband leaves, and the side chick died. He came home, and she didn't throw it over his head. She asked where they went wrong in the marriage and how they could fix it. And that's the thing. Like,
well, God bless her, but that's not like every other person.
So quick to throw in the towel. Like, people used to have their husbands go to war.
Is your idea of commitment staying married until death do us part to somebody who left you for another person? What? Phyllis, if your wife leaves you for another woman and tries to get married with that person, and they're together for a long time, and then the other man dies, and she tries to come back, are you a great husband for waiting? If you expect a woman to, they would have called that man a whole ass cunt. A sin.
Yeah.
A sin. They would have called him Sneeko. Listen, Just Lonely Things over here, okay, without her man, okay, is telling you to wait lonely by yourself years for a husband who's not coming home. What?
You have to go home and you have to cook. Yeah, you have to cook. Then you have to clean. And you have to put the kids to bed. Then you have to...
But do you hear how spoiled we are? Do you hear how spoiled this sounds? Like, people used to get divorced for real reasons, like the death of a child. You know, my husband's mistress. And now, it's because you're frustrated over a messy house.
But after a couple of weeks, it's really fast for you to be drained. You figure yourself, why not drain?
But that's a choice. You can allow it to drain you, or you cannot.
Invaders off the field. High value target is on the field.
You're drained? That's
Hunt
a
it
choice.
down.
You think being physically exhausted is a choice? You think somebody working 2 jobs, coming home late at night, goes right to bed, doesn't cook and do dishes, do you think that's a fucking choice? Hey, everybody right now who's struggling and who's really feeling tired because you got multiple jobs, it's because you choose to be exhausted.
You know, I've lived with all different types of people, I swear. I always had different roommates in college. And it really is a choice at the end of the day. And I grew up with 9 siblings, 9. I'm telling you, shit can be worked out.
This is coming from a girl who grew up in a mansion and has daddy pay all her bills. She's trying to tell you guys where...
That's true too, by the way.
One of the most fucking privileged people in America is telling you physical exhaustion is in your brain. You're imagining it.
Again, I'm not really attacking like what he's saying. It's more of the mindset behind it. I mean, for a guy that's big on stats, okay, this is the stat man. Because again, number 2, right? Then
you can see why the red pill loves her.
Most opinions will come from lived, real-world experience. Second thing is studies. When you're not sure, you look at studies. I'm going to read this. This is from CBS News. All right. Does the sight of men doing traditional female chores turn women off. A new study suggests that the more time men spend on household tasks, the less sex they have. Our findings suggest the importance of socialized gender roles for sexual frequencies in heterosexual marriage. Lead author Sarbino Corch, junior researcher at the Center for Advanced Studies at the Juan March Institute in Madrid, said in a press release, couples in which men participate in more household work typically done by women report having sex less frequently. Similarly, couples in which men participate more in traditionally masculine tasks, such as yard work, paying bills, and auto maintenance, report higher sexual frequencies. This study was published in the February edition of the American Sociological Review. Surveyed 4,500 heterosexual married couples from 1992 to 1994. The average age for the men was 46 and the women 45. Now, the study backs me up. I'm just,
Men can improve their sex lives by doing more household chores. Study. Yes, couples who share chores have more sex. Here we go. A study published in the Journal of Marriage and Family in August has found that among couples who share their chores more evenly, there is more sexual gratification. In fact, say researchers, the only couples reporting having more sex than their forebears did are those who are both getting busy with the household duties. Why do chores change anything? Here we go. The evidence shows that men do a greater share of household chores, share of household work. Women's perception of the relationship, fairness, and satisfaction are greater. Listen, anybody who's dated women, and this is why I say she's a child who has no real life experience. Anybody who's in a relationship knows, bro, when you do something for your girl, the girl wants to fuck you with. Simple. You go pick her up from the spot, you bring her food when she least expect it, you clean before she even gets back, she wants to fuck even more. Why? Because you make life easier. It's the same thing for dudes. Like, yo, when my girl make me food, you best believe I'm looking, hey, you sexy motherfucker with that spatula in your hand. Let's replace that with some deep, right? I remember one time my girl, I just came, she'd already folded all my clothes that I never even answered to do. She was staying over the weekend. She folded when I wasn't even looking. Yo, best believe I beat that shit up, gave her another reason to do some laundry. But just lowly things over here wouldn't know that. Even though she's a nerd who says, the studies back me up. You have selective hearing. You have selective reading. You look for studies that back up your claim, not looking for anything else. Nobody takes one singular study and thinks that's real. You have to do dozens of studies. Other researchers have to take your studies and back up that data and see if it changes based off location, if it's double blind, everything like that. Reading a single study doesn't make you smart. It doesn't mean you're right. It just means there's
I also don't trust how, like, the study that she read too. Not that it's because it's from CBS News, but like what they were actually like studying in specifically. I would have to actually look at it because she's often known to misrepresent things. Like when she says it too. The few times she's actually brought things up, she's often purposely misrepresented what was actually said in a study.
Hey, this theory might be true, but you need to test that theory. This is why I say this girl's a grifter and an idiot if she doesn't.
Because like that doesn't make any sense. I'm not maybe as experienced as like Abba and Preacher. Like Preach, for example, is married too. But the times I've been in a relationship too, like my partner has always appreciated when I've done things like around the house to help them out. Like that's just, I'm sorry. I'm speaking like anecdotally, but that's from personal experience. Every partner I've had has always appreciated when I've done things around the house too. And I like doing things like around the house too, because I'm living in the motherfucking house. I want my house to be clean. I was raised to live in a clean house. I don't like messes everywhere in my house. You don't see it here too. It's a little messy here too, but it's because I don't have like a lot of room in this fucking refurbished closet. It's literally a supply closet refurbished to turn it into like a room for like basically like my own personal office / stream room. But like the house is clean. Like literally you can eat off the floor. That's how clean the fucking house is.
Doesn't know how to read studies.
It's a little messy now too, but I'm gonna be cleaning it up tomorrow morning.
She's a goober. Her pulling up studies like this in a disingenuous manner as if she's done her research. She hasn't. You know what she did? She went on Google. She went to imright.com and that's it. We got a past, according to her own words, a past prime 26-year-old who's not married, not dating, doesn't know how to dress, doesn't know how to groom herself, talking about she want to run wife school and teach people how to be eligible for marriage. The bitch don't know what the fuck she's talking about, and she don't know how to walk the walk. Because I ain't never seen no dude say this girl's marriageable or they'd want to. This girl's everything she preaches against.
Oh. Uh-huh. Cabal on the field.
Oh, hi.
Let's finish.
Yeah. You know summer is coming out and things are going to be pretty hot for your skin. And you don't want to use anything that's going to be able to,
Lock and load, hotshot. Get those moats to the bank.
hot. That's going to be able to hurt your skin. You want something soft. You know what I mean? Come here. That's why pH Henley has a product for you. Yeah, you do not want to use some abrasive stuff on your skin. Some of you are degenerate. Soap from the dishwasher to wash the nooks and crannies. Come on, back on, baby. Summer is coming. If you don't know what to do with your skin, I would suggest you to use
I'm thinking about my tiny just dropping a barricade. Pick me up, pick me up. Thank you.
There's a daily facial wash. There's also an AM moisturizer with SPF 15. No, SPF 20 for sun.
Coming way at the drill.
Use them promo. pH Henley. Use that thing. It's really great. It's for your skin and it's soft. And since the wonderful weather is coming, you do want to be able to use that. And I have a wonderful skin. Yeah. Thank you for that.
If you click on the link below, you will not only save 30% off your first box, but you will also receive a gift
and get your skin ready for summer. Yeah. Well, that started. How about you?
Out of 24 hours, you work 18. It's a place where I'm supposed to rest. I don't feel like I'm rested. I feel like I'm always doing the job. Not only.
But see, listen to him talk. Me. Me before the family. Me first. I'm this. I'm that. What about the children?
What are you talking about? What do you mean? What about the children? You clean it. You taking care of the house.
Family first.
Shit, man.
You know what? I'm gonna give me someone that's actually a partner.
Like a lot of times women will keep score, but we don't talk about what the men do. It's always about all we do for them, but a lot of times women don't even realize how much men do for us. And I'll give you guys an example, okay? When I was younger, my dad, he worked a lot. And it was actually really hard for me when I was younger because he would go to India for like weeks at a time. I remember there was a time in like my childhood where I questioned like, you know, if my dad left me. And I was like, but mom, he's gone or whatever. And she's like, you just got out of volleyball. What did he do? He pulled the car up for you. Oh, he just took your bags to the car. He pays for this. He pays for that. Like, and she just, oh my gosh, she humbled me so hard. I think this is common with women where we don't see a lot of times like the stuff that men do for us day to day because we don't notice it. And we just start counting.
Dude, she is such a simp, bro. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Back into the problem with the culture is it's me before the family.
Your dad was gone for half a year in India. He came back to fuck home. And the children was dirty, the house was dirty, he would have left that girl. But your mom was doing some shit. Chores. Your mom was taking care of y'all and humbling your ass. Chores. Your mom was feeding you, but if your dad, after going for half a year in India, coming back, none of y'all motherfuckers was fed, none of y'all was having clean clothes, and the house was not clean, he would have been like, well, I gotta do this shit too. While I'm in India, I gotta come back. And the chores would have killed that motherfucking marriage. But your mama was there doing the thing. Big ass burden to someone when they come back home, they want to come to work. You got that right. The only way you ever do that is if you haven't ever lived with anybody and you gotta live with a significant other. That's the only way you can talk like that. Roommates. Forget a significant other. Y'all ever live with roommates?
But see, this is the thing. Like, they go into personal attacks. Now they're trying to insinuate I've never lived with a guy. They're trying to insinuate I've never had roommates.
Wow.
I grew up with 9 siblings. Like, 9. Who's lived with more personalities than me?
Enemy invaded.
No, we're playing. No, we're. No, we're. We say roommates. I live with people. We talk about roommates. We talk about relationships. And your rebuttal is your sisters and brothers. And you imagine that that's the same thing as living with somebody.
got killed. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, Pearl is unintended comedy. Like, this girl is so stupid and confidently stupid that when she speaks, you just be like, no way that she said that.
Is it good to get divorced over chores? Is that good for society? Is that a good message? And this is what they'll do is they'll say, oh, well, but this, but that, then don't get married. That's my argument. Why would you get married?
He alted.
Those vows.
That was a good alt right there.
If you're gonna get married, do your fucking chores. How about that? If you're gonna get married to somebody, do your labor. How about that? How about keep pushing? Live up to your responsibilities, which are to do your part in a relationship. How about that? You're celebrating your spouse who decided to stay with a man who left her for another woman. You think that's a great thing? How about we encourage men not to leave their wives for another woman? How about that? Like this is such a manosphere grift. This is such a man-slanted grift where it's just like, why would these women quit? Why wouldn't these men put in the effort?
Damn, man.
Why wouldn't these women clean up after them fucking selves in their marriages?
Because we're kings.
You know what I mean? This is such a victim mentality. No, bitch, we're telling you to take accountability and do your fucking labor. Pick up your trash. Do your fucking dishes. Eat your food and then wash them. Wash the chicken before you eat it. But you get what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say, right? You get me? Yeah. If you care about me, why don't you just do your part? Like, she over there stressed because she got to do all this extra shit, and you sitting there on the couch.
Yeah, but he could be stressed because he has to take care of the yard.
She did it! There's no way! There's no way she said that shit, nigga.
She said that.
She said that?
She's 100%.
That's how you know this bitch has never done yard work. That's how you know. I've done my backyard before. That shit is not stressful.
Yo, Abba.
Ain't no motherfucking way.
Yo, Abba.
Bro, it's not like you got like 10 acres of property and you're the only one like fucking like doing like the yard work. Come on now, dude. Like doing like your backyard, unless you're doing like something like pulling up roots or something like that. I remember like when I first moved into this house, pulling up like these old ass roots because they were damaging the property. Like that shit like took like some time and effort. But like mowing my backyard and like just trimming the hedges doesn't take that much time at all. Maybe like an hour on a Saturday.
Like, that's too much.
Bro, that's like the bare minimum you gotta do to keep your backyard like nice and neat.
Barbecue?
No, I gotta mow the lawn.
For what, the 7th time this week?
No, no, it's once every 2 weeks, but after that I gotta pick some weed up. It's just so much.
So stupid.
I'm so stressed. My girl. Yard work is a choice. You don't have to have so many trees. You could hire someone to do it. You don't have to have so many bushes.
Yeah, like I cut down like a small tree like in my backyard like 2 weeks ago.
One, it's cheap to hire someone for yard work, and 2, you don't have to do it that often, and 3, a lot of people don't have no fucking yards. To compare that to cooking, cleaning, and managing household chores for things that are limited to only some places is really stupid.
We always assume that the women are in the right, and I just want to read marriage vows just to remember, because again, I take you, so and so, to be my wife/husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness.
Her hair is so like flat too. She needs to add like some air to her hair, man, like some poof.
Don't forget that part. You wanna where you ain't fucked up? Love and cherish. That dude was not loving her no more.
Bro, she is just like, she can't be like this dumb.
Don't forget that part.
That was your potato on.
That was you.
He broke them vows.
But you were like, no.
Love and cherish.
Love and cherish.
You cherish somebody who you don't put an effort into? How can somebody say they cherish this business, but they never show up to their shifts? How can you say you cherish this business, but I find out you not doing any of the work when you're on the shift? Is that cherishing somebody? Marriage is not just vows, it's labor you put in every day. And our point is, if you don't do the labor, then you're not actually holding your wedding vows. Just being present doesn't mean you're actually present. You actually have to be engaged. I can say I'm here.
Incoming at the coach.
Am I really here? Have a child. Let them try to talk to you and be on your phone your whole time. See if that child feels seen. Just because you're present doesn't mean you're really fucking there. And just because you took vows doesn't mean you actually upheld them. It ain't enough to sign a fucking piece of paper. Bitch, you gotta work every single day.
The blockers must
and that's what you're saying people not doing. I'm not saying the women tell the truth or the men not tell the truth. I'm saying there's plenty of situations where the relationship is very, very uneven. And if you cherish somebody, you would try to make it more even. You would try to put in that effort.
That mindset. What can they do for me? What about what you can do for them?
Chores.
Go look them in the eyes.
Yeah. What can they do for me? What they fucking agreed to.
Allies headed to the other side.
You acting like they got into a marriage and said, bitch, go get a 7-figure salary.
At the depot.
Oh, he's not doing his part. He left. No. Fucking take care of your shit. The basics. You a grown-ass person, can't clean or take care of yourself like a child. Have some self-respect.
If you're in a relationship, right, and the man earns more than the woman, all right, the woman has chores to do. And the man has chores to do, all right, paying the bill, bringing the money, whatever, that's his chores, right, when he comes back home, whatever, mowing the lawn, housework, chores, all right, he has to do chores as well, even if he earns more. You have to come back and just make sure that some things are, this is not good, I'm gonna fix that shit, whatever this and that, whatever, whatnot, all right, car breaks, you have to make sure that he fixes it, right, calling the garage, he's not gonna do it, or he's gonna do it himself, because that's his chore. If he's there, and even if he earns a month, if he doesn't do nothing, it's not gonna be viable. It's gonna last longer because it brings more money, but it's not. Same thing for the woman. The woman has chores to do. If she ends up not doing her chores, like she earns less, he earns more, so she does this and that and whatever in the third, and she decided at one point not to do them, then it's gonna break up the marriage. That's it. It's normal for XYZ reason. Okay? It's just normal thing. It's normal. Right? Your aunt was doing her chores as well. If she stopped doing them, it would have been gone. That's it. Same thing for your mom. Same thing for your mom when your daddy was going to India. So yeah, it is. I don't even know what this is really that you're arguing and what those arguments are. But yeah, whatever. These channels. I don't think. Whatever.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Let us know what you guys think about Just Lonely Things and her comments. We want to hear from you guys. Let us know in the comments below.
All right, guys, here we go. Not only are we gonna watch this video, we're gonna overwatch it too, as well. Anyway, this is another little reaction. I've been popping out some fun little drama moments, and I'm here for it. I told you guys, I prioritize the team. I know people are telling me, because they disagree with my disagreement that I've been preaching in this video, that somehow means that I hate them or something. There's one young man in particular that's very upset that I disagree with that. It's a little weird to me. People have like meltdowns about it, although I had a little bit of but not because of their take, more because of somebody annoying. Anyway, I'm here for the drama, baby. And you guys voted for it too, because it's more Pearl, which I could do without, but you guys voted 55% yes in the chat. Let's do it. Let's watch this one first. Pearl reacts to hate video part 4. Should you get divorced over chores?
Your invaders.
Whoa, guys, of course not. It's just a chore. You guys like it when I do YouTube intros live on stream? It's crazy, right? Isn't it weird? That was a weird laugh. Sorry, I'm still sick. Okay, anyway, here's the thing. I know it decentralizes around. It's not just about chores. If you've ever been in a relationship before, you have to understand something. It's not just about a chore. Right? I've been with people, and we were both problematic in our own way. So this isn't like anything personal, but like that didn't do any chores. I would work oftentimes 2 jobs, and she would cook, clean, do anything, and it's frustrating and it's just disrespectful.
Ooh, ruin wrath.
And it builds on you when you're providing in some capacity. You're contributing to the thing. It doesn't matter the specific contribution. It could be financial, emotional. It could be a myriad of things, and part of that could be chores. And if the other person's not contributing, you develop hate. You develop a frustration with people. You develop what is the word called? Issues.
Yeah.
I forget what it is. Resentment. That's the word I'm looking for. And that's why relationships will end sometimes. It's not just about chores. It's about development of resentment.
So
I think I'll probably.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the Just Barely Things YouTube channel.
What up,
Before I start, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and ring that notification bell. That way you're going to be notified of my daily videos. Like the video on your way in.
No, thank you.
Today, I am going to be reacting to something. And typically, I really don't like reacting to hit people.
I am aggressive about the way I speak about things sometimes. That is true. You got me on that one. That's why I prayed. I did the Hail Mary and Our Father in that video though. So in my defense, it's not my fault. I don't have any.
I think I might take a break from this and just chill and watch some videos.
As you guys know, there have been many hit pieces made on your girl Pearl.
Hit pieces? They're not hit pieces.
Bro, these are not hit pieces. What are you talking about, Pearl?
All right, guys.
All right, hold on. Oh god, it's the victim mentality, man. I hate this victim mentality from like the fucking like manosphere, like right wing. Look at all these hit pieces against me. Listen, you say some shit, people are gonna fucking respond to it, and then when you continue to like say like dumb shit, guess what? They're gonna keep fucking saying back, and if you keep responding back to people, they're gonna fucking keep responding back to you. I don't know what to tell you. That's just life. All right, Guardian, let's see what's going on.
Hey, kid, looking good.
All right. There we go. So, God, yeah, we'll probably just play like a couple of rounds of like Gambit, like every once in a while. It's like double, maybe like one. It's gonna be like double Gambit, like sometime. Let's see. Unlock this item in like, I really never got the robes. Ooh, I actually like that. Actually looks good. Maybe not with that. The boots. Let's see some old stuff. Calamity rig roads. Ooh, that looks good.
Be seeing you, brother.
Hey, you will. I'm just gonna disappear right now, man.
Months, these people have just been making hit piece.
Let me go back to window capture. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. But I'm gonna let the video play. I'm gonna be off screen, but I'll be commenting here and there.
And I just ignore it. But today, I am going to be reacting to it.
But today, I haven't had good views in a while, so I gotta respond to somebody that'll get me some views, and that's Abin Preach. And by the way, I do it too, bro. What the fuck you think? I mean, people watch when I talk about it. I don't change my perspective while I talk about it, but they watch, so hey, why not? You know what I mean? And I get to play video games while I watch stuff like this. It's fucking crazy. I'm just warming
damn
up.
straight, man.
I'm just warming up.
Abin Preach's hit piece on me. Alleged. This is what I've heard. I actually haven't even seen it. So let's pull up the clip, pull it up. Okay.
So she's calling it a hit piece, but she hasn't seen it yet. Okay.
All the time. I do think that, yeah.
You're an idiot.
You're actually a child. What do you think?
Okay.
Bro, nobody gets divorced for fun. Like, people don't go into relationships to divorce. Are there some people that might? Maybe. But, like, for the most part, people divorce because it's just, like, most people get married because they just love each other or they think they do. Ooh. And then something happens, man. And that's it. Like, people don't get divorced for fun. Operating in that capacity, you already lost because you're building an entire an argument off of a weak foundation. Like, it's basically the same people who advocate for communism, okay? You have, like, you might have some good points after you created a really weak base, but that base is so weak the building's gonna collapse. Just like this fucking McCree. Oh, no, he's alive.
One. Isn't that a bit rude? See, this is the thing. When they don't have a good argument, you're gonna call me a child. That's a bit rude.
No, that's not. They had a very good argument. Listen, it was funny when Destiny called her a child. It was rude, but it's because you were saying you said that you think women just like to get divorced. That's a childish take. So he insulted you. Now, should he have? Maybe, but you were being an insufferable brat the entire time. And like, that's really what it comes down to. I watched the whole thing, so I know, and it was funny. It was funny. The fact that he was that patient is incredible. because like you guys know, sometimes I'll go off for much less. So
it's a bit rude.
You're just romantically going away to Venice like every.
Hey guys, fat women don't deserve love, but this guy was being rude to me when I said he said I was a fucking child. Because I thought women love getting divorced.
No, a relationship requires a lot of deliberate work. Things like chores are where relationships start to break down, and it'll steamroll into bigger things.
My whole argument is that I think divorce is stupid over chores. I think that's stupid.
Whoa,
when you have a house, there's a lot of chores. There's a lot of shit to do around the house.
True.
And she works all day bringing that paper that's stacked, and then she goes home and she still got to do some work. It's gonna.
Oh yeah, this was about like a woman who like was a primary money winner, and then like the guy wouldn't do any chores or anything. Yeah. That's stressful, bro. It's for both ways too, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, contribute to the fucking household, whatever your social contract says. You know what I mean? Everybody's open to interpret their own social contract and create their own. But Jesus Christ.
Oh, and she doesn't feel like it's separated at work like that. She doesn't feel like the work is equally separated at home. It's gonna be a burden. It's definitely going to be a burden.
Yeah,
and
it's
see,
a respect issue.
A lot of these reaction channels will try to nitpick, and they'll be like, "Well, if she's working, the chores are going to be hard." Guys, marriage is supposed to be hard.
Hey guys, the guy shouldn't have to do anything, and that's the outcome of her. Like, let's not get it. Oh, it's going to be hard. No, this is a scenario. It's a specific scenario where I die to some fucking asshole. Oh, I live. Okay, it's a specific scenario about a situation where the woman is working and has to do the chores because the guy won't do them, and it's a burden. It's disrespectful, and it destroys the relationship. It's not that deep, and nobody's nitpicking. It's just an easy dunk because what you're saying is so fucking stupid.
I've told this story like many times on my channel, so I'm just going to tell it again. There's a relative of mine, and this relative was married for 50 years, and this woman did not believe in divorce. Like it was just not an option in her book. And her husband actually left the family for another woman, and she prayed to God for a solution because that was her belief. She did not believe in she did not believe in divorce. Okay. So her husband
that was a Freudian slip there.
leaves, and the side chick died. Now I know everyone's gonna say she killed her. I swear to God.
What is this story about? How fucking loser men can be losers sometimes?
I know, right? Like, well, you know, we just saw the Abba and Preach video, so we know what happens. It's kind of like pathetic, but like, yeah, like, what's like this? This makes me like feel sympathetic to like her, like fucking like the woman in the story, if like nothing else too. Like she's like brainwashed. Like she got fucking like cheated on, and then like her partner literally left her and their family to live with this other woman.
No, but this is the thing, like he came home and she didn't throw it over his head. She asked where they went wrong in the marriage and how they could fix it. And that's the thing, like a lot of times people in our generation are so quick to...
Bro, this is not like a happy, inspiring story. This is the story of a pathetic 50-year-old man who gave up a 50-year marriage and then she let him right back in. Like, that guy is a fucking asshole. What are you talking about? Like, sure, we can sit here.
Yeah, if like anything else, like a guy like abandoned his quote unquote duties to like protect like his family, like take care of his family. The guy in the story is a scumbag, not like the woman. If anything else, like the woman is like fucking brainwashed. She let this guy like back in for like whatever reason, maybe because like she has like these like old school ideals and stuff like that. Listen, like God bless her for that too, but she let a guy back in that abandoned the family to be with what I would assume is like a younger woman. Like that guy's not a good guy. Like what he did, like just abandoning his family like that. He wasn't happy in the marriage and like get divorced. You know, it's just the guy's a scumbag, man. You kidding me?
Here and we could talk about like where things went wrong. Like if a guy cheats, I understand, you know, I think that it's appropriate to give him a second chance depending on why, or if a person cheats, you know, if they're doing it for whatever, that's fine. But like the only reason he came back is because she died. Like he doesn't even love her. Like this guy's a fucking scumbag. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh God, like this is just weird. Like if he decides to forgive her, that's perfectly fine, or the other way around, whatever. But like what are you talking about? You know, and if she was so passive to not like barely question what's going on, maybe she didn't stand up for herself enough and that's why he would disrespect her. I don't know what to tell you, but what the fuck are you talking about? I feel like I'm not getting any heals, but okay, whatever. I am actually. I'm not even dying.
To throw in the towel. Like people used to have their husbands go to war and they would make it work where he would be gone for a year at a time.
She uses that example nowadays, like quite a bit. Have you noticed that? Like men go to war. Okay. So men go to war. Doesn't mean you get to like come back home and be a scumbag to your wife and your family. What? That's not an excuse. Like, it's so, bro. Like, the manosphere fucking loves her, dude.
We're getting divorced over what? A messy house?
It's not just a messy house, but
House,
anyway, it's a
yes.
very interesting
It's not just
conversation to
that.
have about people, maybe some men who, maybe one of the reasons why relationships can be more difficult for men sometimes is because like men would go to war. You know what I mean? They wouldn't be around their spouse the whole time. I don't know. That's an interesting thing to think about. But okay.
Chores?
Work all day. You have to go home. Then you have to cook. Yeah, you have to cook. Then you have to clean. Then you have to put the kids to bed. Then you have to do.
But do you hear how spoiled we are? Do you hear how spoiled this sounds? Like, people used to get divorced for real reasons, like the death of a child. You know, my husband's mistress. And now it's because you're frustrated over a messy house?
Whole thing. So you're.
Are you a baby? Like you have to be a baby. You're literally justifying the guy doing nothing all day while the woman does everything. You're a baby.
Constantly drained. You could do that for a whole last week and then you won't care because, you know, the passion of the couple. But after a couple of weeks, it's really fast for you to be drained. You figure to yourself, why am I drained?
But that's a choice.
No.
You can allow it to drain you or you cannot. And
You're such a
you know,
dumb
I've lived
person.
with all different types of people. I swear. I always had different roommates in college.
Wow.
And
You're 26 and you've never been in a long-term relationship. You have no life experience. I guess you've met black people before, basically, is what you're saying in some capacity. I only say that because she's a weird racist, I think, that has like a fucking like racist parents. So sorry. You don't know people in any intimate way. That you just shut up. You have no life experience. You think that women should do all the chores and men should stick up, like, deal with it. And even if you live by that mantra, men still don't want to date you. So you're undateable. Nobody likes you. Your friends are waning. Your relationships are dying. You're an embarrassment to yourself. I don't know what you want me to tell you, and you don't understand very basic aspects of relationships. So I don't know what to tell you, but what I can tell you is I'm gonna fucking own these nerds because I'm a fucking god, dude. I'm a fucking legend.
it really is a choice at the end of the day.
Okay.
And I grew up with 9 siblings. 9.
Wow.
I'm telling you, shit can be worked out.
Out of 24 hours,
Whoa,
you work
really?
18.
It can't be worked out if the guy's not going to start doing chores. So then you leave. It's called setting boundaries and adhering to them.
This is where I'm supposed to rest. I don't feel like I'm rested. I feel like I'm always doing the job.
Yep.
Not only
But see, listen to him talk. Me before the family. Me first. I'm this.
You're such a dumb person because the original context of this conversation is Preach is like 100% right, guys. I know I'm not allowed to agree with Preach, okay? Because I apparently hate him. That's what I'm told. I don't know. But like, this is the context where the guy's not doing anything. It's not me. It's like, hey, can we be fucking equal? If your partner can't come to the table in an equal way to you, or a similarly equal way, because some people like doing a little bit more, then the relationship's gonna fucking fail. Like, and you have every right to walk away from that.
I'm that. But what about your kid? What about the children? And this is the problem with a lot of these reaction and like commentary channels is, they look at it with
Well, I think both of them are fucking married. What do you mean? The problem with them is that they're talking from real world experience. That's why I imagine their marriages are happy because they set solid boundaries and each of their partners adhere to them.
me perspective instead of the family first.
Preach, I know, is married. I don't know if Abba's married.
It's definitely gonna be a problem.
I honestly couldn't imagine being a 26-year-old person and trying to educate a 30-something or 40-something-year-old married man in a happy relationship about how marriage should work. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I don't have the balls. I'm too self-aware to be so brazenly stupid.
And motherfuckers are gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna get me someone that's actually a partner. When you have a Caribbean mom, or that's most mom, I guess. They come back home and one thing they complain, yo, you guys are ungrateful. You never help me. I do everything about. That's what they talk about. If your mama sees you on your couch and you're not doing it, and she cooks, she cleans, and she works, and she brings a bill, you don't bring anything in the house, she's gonna feel like you're not doing anything and you're not bringing anything in the house.
Yeah, but what percent of women can fix a car? What percent of women do the yard work?
Oh my god. I missed this part from the original video. Bro, that is so dumb.
Dude. What just happened?
She can't be.
About his, like,
she has to like be better than this.
Know.
This is like too stupid, man. What the fuck are you talking about, lady? What percent of women can like do your fuck it? I don't know. Maybe the guy's like doesn't know how to do yard work and the woman does like yard work. It depends on the boundaries they set. That doesn't matter. It depends on the social contract you have with your partner. I actually enjoy doing yard work because it's relatively easy and I like being outside. Like, I'm mowing the lawn like this weekend. Like, it takes me like less than like 15 minutes. and then I'm gonna trim the bushes. I might just take my time and spend like an hour outside. Touching grass is a good thing. I like the smell of fresh cut grass. I have a tiny vegetable garden outside too. I like planting.
She's like, you guys need to help
like
more.
planting
Basically,
fruits and
scolding
vegetables.
Your kids for not doing enough, which is a good thing, because then that's how you teach kids to do more. And then she's like, yeah, but can you fix a car? I don't know, man. I
want to tell you right now, most guys don't know how to fix their fucking car.
For me, like, what? Who cares? What the fuck is your point? Being able to fix a car doesn't mean that you shouldn't contribute to a relationship. Like, just because you know how to fix a car doesn't mean that you shouldn't do equal. All right, when the car needs to be fixed, maybe you fix it. Okay, that's good. But that doesn't mean that that's every contribution. Yeah, like imagine your car gets broken like once a year, and like your wife's like, "Can you help me with chores? I worked all day." Or can you fix a car? Can you fix the fucking car? Oh, no. It's okay that I'm never gonna do the dishes, bitch. Even though you do the dishes every fucking day or whatever. I don't know how many, we do it just like twice a week. I don't have to, because I fucking fixed the car for 3 hours once this year. I don't have to do fucking anything, because I fixed the car. Fuck. I don't have to contribute at all, because I could fix a fucking car. No, that's stupid. You're an idiot. Okay? Just because you could fix a car doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything else in your entire life. What are you talking about? And some women can fix cars. But this is just a stupid baby-brained point. Okay, this is just a weird point. Wow, we're getting shit on.
Work. Like a lot of times women will keep score, but we don't talk about what the men do. It's always about
sometimes men will keep score too. It's a really toxic thing to do in a relationship. You shouldn't be keeping score on how much each other does. That's actually not a good idea.
That's
My wife and I
fucking
don't do
weird.
that. If I had to guess, she probably does more than me, honestly. But we're happy. We set like boundaries. My wife's okay doing more than me as long as I do what she asks when like she asks. And that keeps our relationship pretty healthy. Bro, how are we getting swashed so hard? Is it me? Fuck.
we do for them. A lot of times women don't even realize how much men do
Get
for
the
us.
board.
I'll give
She's
you
out
guys
of.
an example.
Sure.
Okay.
Where's your
When I was younger, my dad,
DPS?
he worked a lot.
Well, again, this is just an example specifically of a guy who literally won't do anything. He's not working and he's not doing chores. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
No. They got Sigma.
Oh, shitballs.
And it was actually really hard for me when I was younger because he would go to India for like weeks at a time, you know, so it's like half the month my dad's not even there at one point when I was younger. And don't get me wrong, I was gone a lot too because I played sports, so it wasn't, you know, just him. But I remember there was a time in like my childhood where I questioned, like, you know, if my dad loved me. And my mom just looked at me and she said, "Are you kidding me? Do you see all the stuff he does for you?" And you know, I was like 12 at the time, right? And I was like, "But Mom, he's gone," or whatever. And she's like, "You just got out of volleyball. What did he do? He pulled the car up for you. Oh, he just took your bags to the car. He pays for this. He pays for that." Like, and she just, oh my gosh, she humbled me so hard. Like, well, she just listed every single thing that my dad did for me in the past. Like,
and then she made fun of you for being overweight, right? Because you talk about how you struggle with your mom making fun of your weight. So how much? Sounds great. You know what's crazy? If I wanted to go anecdotally, my mom used to work like 60-hour weeks too, and I would sit down and I would be really upset because my mom wouldn't be home to tuck me in. She would leave, you know. She would wake up, you know, a lot of times maybe she would bring me to school and then she wouldn't come home till way after because she had to work all day to provide for me, and you know, that was sad for me. But guess what? We're not in that scenario. We're in the scenario where the girl's the one that making most of the money, and the guy refuses to do chores and help around the house, so she gets resentful and wants to like fucking like leave him. Like, so it doesn't matter. This anecdote is fucking irrelevant. Like, they're talking about a specific conversation that we're having here, and you're just not for some reason. Oh wait, the reason is because you look stupid if you actually bring up the context.
24 hours. And I realized, and I think this is common with women, where we don't see a lot of times like the stuff that men do for us day to day, because
women are just so fucking dumb. They can't interpret things that men do for them, apparently.
we don't notice it. And we just start counting and keeping score of all the stuff we do for them instead of looking at what they do for us. But again, this goes back into the problem with the culture is it's me.
I feel like we're all getting dumber listening to Pearl. Like, I'm trying not to be. I'm trying not to be mean with like Pearl, but like, oh my god, like you.
Hey, if you believe in divorce over chores, why get married? Just be in a relationship. Like, what happened to
Oh my
marriage
god,
vows?
this is an hour video. I cannot do an hour video of this.
For worse, for sickness and health, for richer or for poorer. Those are marriage for doing the.
So marriage vows are usually when both parties are doing their most to be able to provide for a family. The guy in this instance isn't. So there's your answer.
Chores and not doing the chores.
Why am I responding
so
to
it's
these
like,
things? It's
if
like,
you're really marriage-minded and believe in what marriage is supposed to be, you know,
you would actually
getting divorced over chores isn't an option. You're constantly thinking of solutions, but a lot of these people, they don't believe in real marriage, not the way it's supposed to be. I mean, at that point, just be in a relationship. Don't get married.
A big ass burden to someone when they come back home and they want to commit divorce. You got that right.
Yeah, I think the only way you could ever think that is if you haven't ever lived with anyone and you haven't lived with a significant other. That's the only way you could talk like that. Hell, roommates. Forget a significant other. Y'all ever live with roommates?
And see, this is the thing. Like, they go into personal attacks. So now they're trying to insinuate I've never lived with the guy. They're trying to insinuate.
It's not even a personal attack. It's like it's just baffling how you believe the things you believe with no life experience. And they're like, hey, here's a comparable experience for you, little baby brain 26-year-old girl that acts like a 19-year-old. Have you ever lived with people before and like done split of chores? Do you know what like to do split chore? Like that's what they have to do because you're being a baby. Like I don't know what to tell you, and it's just like embarrassing for you because nobody agrees with you. Like it's just fucking embarrassing. Who am I going for here? I'm going for this guy. Split the chores, guys. Where's my fucking heels? You don't realize how much I'm doing for you as a tank. Fuck women. Fuck.
I've never had roommates, which it's actually funny because I grew up with 9 siblings. Like
Oh yeah,
nine.
that's crazy.
Who
I can't.
lived with more personalities than me. It's just a lot of times these reaction channels.
Dude,
And
he's taking like this long to react to the video. Holy shit!
You're gonna come for richer or for poor, with sickness and in health. And
Okay, all right. I can't. This is like an hour. Papa, I love it. I'll give you a like. I can't watch this. It's not because of you. It's because of fucking Pearl. I'm sorry. We already watched the original video. I get my commentary over it. There's an 8-minute video with Vosh. This is more my speed.
Disneyland is, and by is I mean like I think right now is doing a Pride Night, or they announced it. I mean, so Disneyland's done Pride adjacent stuff for a while, but the thing that's really funny about this is that there's been a battle between DeSantis and Disney right for a while because of course Disney, after public pressure, especially from their own employees, Disneyland is in California. No, I know, but there's a lot of public pressure from Disneyland's employees for the Disney executives to publicly denounce the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida. Ron DeSantis, you get the dealio. There's been a big legal battle between Disney and DeSantis, which you can actually get a really good summary of if you watch the most recent legal video, because you know, it's legal stuff, and I'm not a lawyer. He is. He's also an eagle, apparently. But basically, Disney's being real cheeky, like really, really cheeky. Apparently, the most recent meme, the most recent epic dabberino that Disney did was that essentially DeSantis created a special counsel whose job it was to teabag Disney, okay, in Florida. Basically,
that council already existed.
Is like,
that council already existed. He just replaced everybody on the council with a bunch of his stooges.
We've had it with you, main employer in our state. The Teabag Council is rip-roaring and ready to go. They'll be assembling in a month. And then Disney had a little talky-talk with the people who were on the existing council and had it stripped of all of its powers. Basically, the Teabag Council had the carpet ripped out from under it right before the DeSantis appointees got on there. And of course, the appointees are basically like a bunch of, you know, like religious freaks and conservative fascists. But now they have no power because the previous people on the council, before it became the Teabag Council, essentially colluded with Disney to remove power from the from the Teabag Council. And then DeSantis says, you know, we'll get you, and you know they're starting to prep up for a legal battle with Disney. And then literally, like right as that happens, after DeSantis comes out of those meetings, bam, Pride announcement. So, you know, call it rainbow capitalism because it is.
It is, yes.
So a pretty obvious signal. You know, Disney's a big, well-coordinated company of, you know, I don't know if rebellion's the right term, of opposition. Like Disney is committed to not collaborating with DeSantis's efforts to strip them of power because they attacked him for the Don't Say Gay stuff. Remember what I said before, people? Remember what I said before about the median voter? Come on. How do you think it makes Republicans look to go up against Disney? Disney, the premier media company of the United States, holder of children's dreams and joys, blah, blah. I hate Disney, but, you know, they're obviously really popular and powerful. and then you have the GOP, like, you know, Roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote shit, chasing around, trying to shut Disney down or at least hamper them, and failing to do so while they're doing these Pride Night announcements. I think it's really funny. Again, I hate Disney, but if there's anything I want Disney to be doing, it is stuff like this. Yeah, DeSantis responded. Yeah. Like, so I'm not just like making up the antagonism here. DeSantis responded to this because he also correctly interpreted it as an act of defiance from them.
Which is hilarious.
What they tried to do was put restrictive covenants on the land that the district owns. So if you look at this whole special district, Walt Disney Corporation obviously owns a lot of it, but the district owns other land. And, you know, quite frankly, I wasn't even thinking about.
Yeah, I think this is from before. I think this is from earlier. This is from before Disney made the announcement. Did DeSantis tweet anything afterwards? I know he did something afterwards, but that video isn't it. That's not the right clip. Oh, yeah, sorry. So this is the clip from before the tweet where he's threatening to build a state prison right next to Disney as punishment for disagreeing with him.
Which is hilarious, by the way.
That was it. That's the clip. But that was before the Pride announcement. Mob boss shit. Yeah, literally. Yeah, it's like a very transparent effort at bullying. Again, normally bullying corporations is something I support. But when the thing you're trying to bully them into is being more permissive of fascist legislation, I actually don't like that very much at all. I'm not a big fan of that.
Disney, the progressive capitalist organization.
Oh yeah, this was right after. Disney's sloppy and futile attempt to subvert the will of the legislature and Floridians was uncovered by our state oversight board, and their 11th hour agreements will be nullified by the legislature. Disney's corporate kingdom is over. So the battle is ongoing. The battle's ongoing. Rizless. True. Who do you think wins? Dude, Disney has some powerful lawyers, man, and they have the money to use them. I don't know. I don't know. The main thing I think that sinks the GOP is like legal incompetence. Who was handling the lawsuits on Trump's behalf back in 2020? It was Rudy Giuliani and the Kraken lady. Like,
and
lunatics,
Sidney Powell.
right? Usually the way this shit works is the fascists like appoint, Sidney Powell, they appoint their yes men into these positions of power to advocate for them. But these yes men are usually they're lunatics. They're delusional. Which isn't very good if you're trying to win legal battles. DeSantis is also trying to issue state inspections to shutter the park. Oh, bro. Hey, GOP strategist meeting. Let's go. Hey, I can't help but notice that our culture war BS is not winning the hearts and minds of Americans as much as we wanted it to. And also Gen Z hates us. What do? What if we close Disney World? What if we shut down the theme park and then brag about it and say it was because of the
By the way, in Central Florida, like, Disney's like the biggest employer, like by a country mile too, by the way. In Central Florida, it's Disney, and that's about it. Almost anyone who lives in Central Florida, you probably work for Disney or work for a company that is employed that Disney uses for like whatever reason. So imagine like if Disney just up and left, it would devastate the economy of Florida and like all the people who live in Central Florida too.
Genders, the many genders that have been transed. Good idea, good thinking. This will definitely win over the median voter. God. May use adjacent to Reedy Creek land for prison or other public services. Under any other set of circumstances, I would actually completely agree with any effort legislatively to surround Disney World with a bunch of water treatment facilities and sewage plants. In any other world, I would look at that and I would go, yeah, this is literally communism. But again, this is being done in the service of fascism, which as it turns out is not communism. Communism and fascism are different things, I am told. Isn't Florida dependent on a lot of Disney money? Yes, massively so. A little bit of positivity there.
That is true. And we'll give this a like. It's an old video, but I wanted to like take a look at it. Let's see. It's not broken, it's nerfed. What is this from Divide?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So Destiny 2 team tweeted out yesterday that they had missed out a bunch of patch notes and forgot to include them with the mid-season update. So some of you may be aware that some things were changed but were not mentioned in the patch notes. So firstly, they mentioned that when you have Ashes to Assets and Hands-On equipped, you will only receive super energy from one of the mods, not both, be handed together. Then they've also gain grenade energy when not using the energy initially. Huge nerf for infinite grapples.
Yeah, we already know all this.
The super gains from Ashes to Assets with grapples. And then lastly, they finally fixed a bunch of...
That's for the hunter. That's for the Strand hunters out there who are using that. Who are using that little that exploit to get like almost infinite super with your grapples.
Issues in the game for a bunch of other stuff. Personally, I think they went a bit too far with the grapple nerfs, but what do you guys think?
They're just trying to like bring everything in line, you know what I mean? Oh, is that the breakneck thing? Yeah. There's an exploit you can use for like the breakneck mission. You can easily get like alloys. I might actually do that too, by the way. Let me just say playlist. Destiny 2. Throne and Liberty delayed. Marauders. Official United Allies update trailer. I know Angry Joe had very positive things to say about the game.
So we got some more conservative Civil War stuff to talk about, y'all. Got some more of it. Trump took to Truth Social and went after Elon Musk because he was watching Tucker Carlson's show, and Tucker interviewed Elon. Elon said some stuff that Trump didn't like, so naturally fires right back. So first, let me play for you. I think this is the part that Trump was mad at from the interview. Here's Elon talking to Tucker.
It's you know, I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I actually voted for Biden. Not saying I'm a huge fan of Biden, because I think that would probably be inaccurate. But you know, we have difficult choices to make.
You just had to add that part in.
Elections. It's not. I would prefer, frankly, that we put someone, just a normal person, as president. A normal person with common sense, and whose values are smack in the middle of the country. You know, just center the normal distribution, and I think that would be great.
Yeah. So I mean, look, I'm sure everybody who's watched interviews with Elon Musk knows this and would admit this, but he's just very awkward. You know, like that Joe Rogan interview he did years ago where he smoked weed. It's hard to get through that because the way he talks is just like sort of all over the place. It's mumbly, it's bumbly, but like I think there's some people who look at that and they think, genius, must be a genius. And I don't know, I find that strange. But anyway, Trump saw this. He did not take kindly to it.
It's a good salesman, though. I'll give him that. He can sell.
I don't believe Elon Musk voted for Biden. Not for a minute. He told me that he voted for me. But who knows about that? And who cares? Elon is just trying to make friends with the absolutely horrible Biden administration because of all the government subsidies he gets and all the permits he needs. His space company, car company, battery company, tunnel company, and even Twitter, which was illegally controlled by the FBI, need government help and subsidies. He is just mending fences. Oh, man. Oh, man. Look, hate to say it, but our big wet boy is right, I think. But some people might be, which big wet boy? Donald Trump. I think Trump is right here. He did, like, I think I remember reading that at the time, that Musk said he voted for Trump, or at the very least Trump said that. Now, Trump could be lying. He's a prolific liar as well. But I kind of believe him on this one. I believe him that if Musk met him, he would be like, oh, yes, sir, I voted for you. Now, to be fair to Musk, maybe he voted for Trump in 2016, but Biden in 2020. I don't know. Or Musk just lied. But, you know, Musk has made this big deal recently of like, look, man, I've been liberal my whole life and stuff. Like, I voted for Obama and whatnot. But you know what? The left is so extreme now. I'm like a centrist. So I'd probably vote for Republicans just to balance stuff out. Just to make, you know, balance it out. I would support DeSantis for president, bro. He's got like that guy who doesn't follow politics but wants to talk about politics energy. Where it's like, you know what we should do, man? We should find like the middle point and just do like the middle thing. And then that'll fix everything, bro. It's like, what kind of childish garbage? That's the sort of stuff that your uncle says at Thanksgiving when he hasn't read a single political story in 12 years. He's like, I have opinions on things. Have you considered that, like, the right is extreme and the left is extreme, and we should just take both the extreme people and split the difference? Because somehow that won't be extreme. I think
everybody's got an uncle like that too, by the way.
He does try to sort of snuggle up to power.
He
for
does.
This exact reason. He wants his subsidies. He wants his permits. And so I think Trump is right. I think he's right. And I don't know. I think I believe Trump more than I believe Elon. I think Elon probably did vote for Biden, but he told Trump, I voted for you. But these are two people here. You can't take anything either one of them say at face value. Like, you need verification elsewhere when dealing with these sorts of people. By the way, final point, and we actually did a segment on this the other day, but Musk was attacked by Steve Bannon, and Bannon's been repeatedly going after Elon Musk. He accused him of being a pro-China traitor and grifting off the American people. Hilarious coming from Steve Bannon because he did the fake build the wall scam. Remember, they tried to crowdfund a border wall, which is like, do you have any, there's like 700 legal issues you'd run into. You can't just privately put a border wall on the public land at the border. That you can't do that. It's obvious at face value, but so many people got hoodwinked into giving money to this thing, and they took the millions, and his buddy bought cars, and it was, you know, they robbed people basically. So if I'm Musk, I'm firing back at Bannon with something like that, because, you know, Musk is calling Bannon like this pro-China traitor. By the way, Bannon is calling Musk a pro-China traitor. Bannon's not wrong that Musk has a lot of business with China. And he's not wrong.
That is also true.
You know, there's a big story that came out recently from The Intercept. Elon Musk is bending over backwards to give the Modi government in India whatever they want in terms of Twitter censorship. Twitter is censoring on behalf of the Indian government. And this is the same guy who made a big deal about free speech, bro. I'm going to come to Twitter and bring free speech. And then he banned like a dozen journalists for reporting on his feud with the Elon Jet account. And he's snuggling up to the Indian government and giving them whatever they want when it comes to censorship. So this is what Bannon said, quote, at the same time, Elon Musk, who's a traitor, not even an American, there's another guy like Murdoch and like Soros. These guys they get citizenship because they want to grift off the American people. They are not Americans. They do not have America's self-interest. He's over there in Shanghai with the CCP money, opening up the new factories to take all the business from the one they quote unquote we did in Texas, Bannon concluded. That's a weird sentence at the end there, but I think you get the point of it. They're all fighting, man. They're all fighting, and these guys get vicious. I for one, would like to see more of a Trump-Elon feud. Let's get some Elon responses over there. Maybe you could steal a couple memes to make fun of Trump, right? That'd be fun. Yeah. And then Trump fires back and says he's got a little dick. And then Elon fires back and tells him he needs to go on Weight Watchers. Just, you know, jazz it up. Jazz it up. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time.
Dude, I got like no energy today.
Click the
Damn.
bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Oh, I just like don't have any energy right now. I kind of just want to like call it quits, but
I'm Ben Mycelis from.
Let's actually.
With recent changes coming in the mid-season patch,
some video game stuff
across the board received a 25% damage boost to all PvE activities. With this change, they will be much more viable than before, but there are a few auto rifles which are already performing very well. In this video, I will be going over 5 of these weapons and perk combinations you should look out for. These are the roles you definitely do not want to miss. These weapons are all currently available in the game and not from any time limited source, such as rotating Days of Eternity drops. Coming in at number 5 is the Duty Bound. Previously available from Nightfalls, and some of you might even have an adept version in the vault collecting dust, but now can be easily obtained from Zavala using Vanguard engrams. There is nothing flashy about the Duty Bound, but it is the king of consistency. It is kinetic, meaning it will receive an extra 10% damage compared to weapons of any other energy type. Where all you want to look out for is stats for all and 1 for all, to cement this weapon as an ad clearing machine. You will also not go far wrong with the perks Triple Tap and Frenzy or Rampage. At number 4 is a Solar Auto Rifle Amit AR2. Available as a world drop or given during the crafting tutorial. Being fully craftable and only requiring 2 patterns mean that choosing a god roll with enhanced perks has never been easier. This weapon is best when leaning fully into solar synergy, so the 4th column perk Incandescent is a clear winner. This perk should be enhanced if possible too, as it applies an extra 5 scorch stacks, which could be the difference needed for an ignition. To go alongside this perk, use 3rd column stats for all or surplus, and build barrel, mag and masterwork slots into range or handling. Amit shines when used with a solar subclass, as they have many ways to enhance the scorch and ignition effects provided by Incandescent. To name a few fragments, Ember of Ashes, Empyrean, Tempering, Char or Blistering will all be great options when used alongside the Amit AR2. At number 3 is an auto rifle which fills a different niche than other weapons on this list, the Lodbrok C. This is a high impact, slow firing kinetic auto which has the perk combination 4 times the charm and target lock. These together can keep the Lodbrok firing for an insane period of time, with scaling damage the longer the trigger is held up to an extra 40%. Because of these perks, this weapon is best suited to sustained fire on higher health targets. Think Nightfall champions or bosses once you have expended all heavy ammo. Like the Duty Bound, this will also benefit from the 10% additional damage for just being kinetic. Add a boss spec for an additional 7% damage against bosses, and you have a great backup source of damage. Lodbrok can be found in the world loot pool but is not craftable. Just missing out of the top slot is the brand new Root of Nightmares raid drop Rufus's Fury. This weapon has been made available as an adept variant from the 3rd encounter challenge, but can be fully crafted and enhanced if you are lucky enough to find 5 red border variants in the raid. This is one of the few strand auto rifles, so the perks I recommend enhanced strand builds. In the 3rd column, Rufus's Fury has access to Demolitionist or Pugilist for ability regen. In most cases I will take Demolitionist here. Reconstruction is also an option if you are not as interested in the ability regen provided. In the right column, Hatchling is a fun perk with strand builds, especially Warlock. Rufus's Fury is surprisingly stable for a high rate of fire weapon, so expect to be hitting many headshot kills summoning an army of Threadlings. If you are not looking for strand synergy, Paracausal Affinity gives a 20% damage buff on any kill with this weapon or anything stasis or strand based, including abilities. Frenzy is also an option for a 15% damage boost and maxed out stability and handling for just being in combat. Finally, at top slot is an auto rifle which has gone under the radar for many players, but I feel if anyone has picked up a good roll on this weapon, they will agree with me. The Last Breath. This weapon can be obtained from a Prophecy dungeon, either the cube encounter or as a bonus drop upon finishing the dungeon. This is a kinetic weapon in the adaptive frame archetype that fits just right for rate of fire and the kinetic damage boost. Like the Rufus's Fury, the Last Breath rolls with Demolitionist in the 3rd column perk slot, and this is the one I will highly recommend, with Frenzy being the preferred option on the 4th slot. You could also use Adrenaline Junkie here, as it has some nice synergy with Demolitionist, but you lose out on the huge handling and reload benefits provided by Frenzy. The Last Breath is one which just feels right to use, and I have racked up over 7,000 kills on this thing, and this is from before the buff. The scope is clean and it does everything it needs to as a primary weapon.
Does look good.
With some honourable mentions, we have the Tiger Spite and the 7th Seraph Carbine as kinetic 450 RPM archetypes. The perk slots are slightly lacking on these, and the 7th Seraph can no longer generate war mine cells. Gnawing Hunger is one of the only void weapons available.
Yeah, what has that? 7th Seraph now has like reconstruction on it too, and then you saw me like just use it too. It's fucking insane. The ammo can get up to like 90.
For auto rifles, but has a limited perk pool and is only available from Xur or Days of Eternity. Finally, the Dark Decider is an arc auto rifle which can roll Jolt Shot. This is a strong auto rifle but is only available from Iron Banner and is lacking in the 3rd column perk slot.
People think that like that's a good idea, but the thing is like for Jolt Shot, it procs after you get a kill. So you have to get a kill first and then Jolt Shot, then Volt Shot procs, right? But generally speaking, it's better for like something like a scout rifle, like the Tarnished Metal or the Ikelos SMG, only because they have like the amount of ammo I have is so much smaller than an auto rifle would have. So for you to proc Volt Shot, it doesn't take you as many shots, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like with Tarnished Metal, it's like 15, so it behooves you to use a weapon that has fewer shots, so you can ensure that Volt Shot actually procs. But I understand where he's coming from too.
This is apparently some drama with RuneScape. I don't really know what happened, but
I think what I'm gonna do is, because you can tell I'm tired. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I actually slept like pretty well. I think what I'm gonna do is, I think I'm just gonna like chill out. And I got low energy, so if I have low energy, it's not worth it me streaming. I think that I'll probably stream again like a little bit later. So I'll go ahead and like save some of these videos for my watch later playlist. And I think what I'll do is, folks, I'll end the stream now. I appreciate everybody's time and attention. Put the webcam back on so you at least see me again. I appreciate everybody's time and attention. Sorry for the low energy stream. I don't know why that is, but I'll see you guys tomorrow, if not later tonight. And as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and God speed. I'll see everybody later. I'll see if I can stream later tonight too. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. I like doing these morning streams, man. The morning streams into mid-afternoon is perfect for me. All right, see you guys later.